Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store. It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Final segment being brought to you by our friends at Legacy. Everyday checking, the personal lifestyle loans you can get, and of course the great car and auto loans from our friends at Legacy. Get details at legacycreditunion.com. That everyday checking, no monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early with direct deposit. They have an instant issue debit card and a ton of other perks on their digital banking app. Check that out at legacycreditunion.com. Also, the lifestyle loan can help you if you want to update your backyard, take that dream vacation, or maybe you have a medical expense that came at you unexpectedly. Lifestyle loans can help you there with no collateral and affordable low rates. LegacyCreditUnion.com for details on that. Proud sponsor of UAB Athletics, and they've been helping the Birmingham area with education and healthcare industries, providing them the great financial support they've needed now for over 6 decades. Check it out online at LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. All right, so if you're looking for someone to cheer for maybe in a comeback story, I give you the name Carolyn Wozniacki. Remember that?
Nope. She was
Caroline Wozniacki.
Oh, the tennis player.
I can't say her last name. Yeah. Practice. Yeah, the tennis player.
Wozniacki, I think.
She was married or engaged to Roy McIlroy.
That's right. Yeah.
At one point, yes.
Yeah.
Ended up marrying former Florida Gator, I think, David Lee. Is that right? Was he a Florida Gator?
Yeah,
NBA
I
player.
about that.
They have 2 kids together. She's 32. Now that she's had the 2 kids, Wozniacki is deciding to I miss tennis, and I'm going to try to make a comeback. And she's going to try to come back in August of this year. That's her and her girls' return of serve, and she makes the announcement, I want to play again. And she was pretty good, and she won a major, a Grand Slam, I think it is. And she's going to try to come back.
Well, that is a young person's game.
It is, and without Serena in the game anymore, which Serena sort of stood in her way for a lot of the Grand Slams back in the day. I can't imagine how many times she lost to Serena. 32, tough comeback for her, but it'll be fun to watch and see what she can do.
You know, tough comeback, but at the same time, she might not win another major, another Grand Slam, but she can still make money and play the game she loves.
Yeah, was broadcasting, and that sort of didn't scratch the itch, as we hear a lot of times from former athletes. They wanted to get back into it, and while she still has sort of some youth on her side at 32, she's going to give it a shot. Rusty said, headed down to Orange Beach, going to count the stickers at the Floribama tomorrow. Well, you'll need more than both hands, I promise you that, Rusty.
Pack a lunch.
Send us some pictures from the Floribama. If you're heading out traveling this weekend, take us with you. We're live again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Remember, Monday and Tuesday, we're not here, live next Wednesday as well. But one more show this week before the holiday weekend. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show on the holiday weekend. A lot of you are already on your way to the beach or heading down to the lake or whatever you're doing this weekend, not working today. If you're at work or if you're on the road, thanks for being with us. The Next Round live now for the next 4 hours. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown in the studio here. In the back room, Rockstar is right there on the Rockstar camera, brought to you by friends at nextround.store, nextround.store. Also, Tyler. There you go. There's Rockstar, Tyler, and Forrester and Lunsford on the back room as well. Taylor Korn handling everything social media-wise at Next Round Live. A lot to get to today, including a couple of guests where we'll talk some college football, the NFL, and Rockstar in the Lounge as always. On our Friday, in the opening segment here, we will unveil our 40 and 40 team. We'll get to that very early today, coming up in just a moment. But last night, we had a little opportunity to watch a little golf. I don't know if you turned on 1 second of it at all.
I have no idea who won.
Couldn't tell you who won.
I saw 2 holes, and they'd already played 1, so I saw 2 and 3 in which Mahomes and Kelsey won those 2 holes, playing 12 holes. So they were up 2 holes, Brown. The other one was a draw, and nobody won the hole. So up 2 through 3 holes. And Mahomes and Kelsey, who were the plus 190 underdogs, end up winning this thing last night in 10 holes. They didn't even finish 12 holes. A little upset there in the old match out in Las Vegas.
I thought the coolest part of it was Barkley, I guess it was in the pre-match, telling Ernie Johnson that he had been inducted into the sports, I don't know what Hall of Fame it is, but it's some sort of Sportscasters Hall of Fame. And Ernie Johnson was completely taken by surprise. Like, literally unless Ernie's the best actor in the world, had no idea that this was even a possibility.
What?
And Barkley is on the set with Trevor Immelman and Ernie Johnson Jr. and says, I got something that nobody else up here knows I want to talk about. And Ernie, I think over the years with Barkley's like, all right, go ahead, big man.
Roll with it.
What could this possibly be?
It could be anything in the world. And Barkley says, I want to congratulate my man Ernie Johnson for being elected into the National Sportscasters Hall of Fame.
Oh, so they put Ernie was going. I thought Charles.
No.
I thought Charles was saying Charles was in.
No.
And Ernie was shocked that Charles was in.
I think Ernie would have been equally shocked. Yes.
No, they do that. That's sort of the end thing right now, where when people are going in, they surprise you on the air, like Hall of Famers on the NFL shows. Right. So that's awesome.
It was really cool. And listen, Ernie Johnson Jr. is one of the best people in this industry. So I'm very happy for him. But it was really cool seeing Charles. And you could tell Ernie was, like I said, either he was a tremendous actor or he was stunned and got pretty emotional about it at the time. So that was really cool. I saw that on social media. Yeah. I think it was before the match started.
That's really a neat deal last night. We also got the Major League Baseball All-Star starting lineup released. Not the Atlanta Braves, but the Texas Rangers with the most teams. Most players in the starting lineup. Pitchers, relief pitchers, and position players, substitutes will be added later. But 4 Texas Rangers, 3 Atlanta Braves in the starting lineup. Ronald Acuna, who is the National League vote leader, easily starting in outfield. Sean Murphy, the catcher. And then the one that was debated the most was Orlando Arcia at shortstop, because they were naming former Brave Dansby Swanson and a few others that he was like 5th in a lot of the WAR categories and things like that. But Arcia makes it in there. 3 Braves, no Albies, some of the other guys, Olsen at first base, Freddie Freeman, a former Brave, was in there. And then, as you would expect, Shohei Ohtani, who is the biggest vote getter on the other side. All-Star game coming up July 11th out there in Seattle. But 3 Braves, 4 Rangers, as they reward a lot of the first-place teams.
So this is the fan vote, right? These are the people that the fans voted in.
That's right. Surprising that, the Braves only got 3. They're very popular around the country. 4 Rangers got in there. 2 Tampa Bay Rays actually got in there, which is shocking.
Only 3 Dodgers.
Only 3 Dodgers.
Should be 4, because they never should have gotten rid of Corey Seager.
Yeah.
They did that for Ohtani, though. Right? Yeah. When you get Ohtani next year, you're going to love that.
Yeah. There'll be another Dodger All-Star when you get Ohtani next year. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, people like to, I think it becomes in vogue because, a lot of sports radio is built on the hot take, right? To complain about who does or doesn't get voted in on this, that it's a shame, so and so. But the way I've always looked at it, it's the fan vote. I don't know why you argue it. The fans should be able to vote on who they want to see in an All-Star game, right?
Yeah,
it's their game.
And the best part about this, I don't see anybody that's there that is there just because of their, it seems they're really, like even Corbin Carroll, the rookie from Arizona, voted in there. So it's not like there's some old guy who is just popular with the fans that's in there. There was a time when I was younger, you'd be like, oh, I can't believe that, Pete Rose is still the starting whatever position player he was at your first baseman when, he's obviously at the end of his career.
I remember that, and I thought of this just randomly. I think I thought of it when I was going to the Dodgers game the other day. I was a kid once, and we went to a Braves game at Fulton County Stadium, and I would say it was probably late May, probably about the time school got out. And I remember when we were walking in, they were standing there handing you the ballot. Do you remember that?
It was my favorite thing about going to Braves games because you would punch out.
That's
punch
right.
cards,
and then had to either hand it in or mail it in, right?
Yeah.
You could take them home and mail them
That's right.
in.
There was a mailing address on it, or I think there's a place you could leave it at the stadium.
The box you'd slide them in at the
a ballot, and I would always do mine at the park.
Yeah.
And I was a little biased. I would typically go more Dodgers
heavy
than
Dodgers,
not.
yeah.
But then I tried to, because that's when I followed baseball more than I follow it now that we do this for a living. But I was on top of it, and I loved absolutely. And I would vote as many times as I could.
And this is such a random memory, but one reason I thought of it is the Astros were playing the Dodgers at the game I went to. But I remember it was a Braves Astros game. That's back when Astros were National League, so it was Braves Astros. And do you remember a guy named Jose Cruz?
Oh, yeah.
That was the Astros, I think, an outfielder, right?
He was a stud.
And I'll never forget, I had that ballot, and Cruz went like 3 for 4 that night. So I'm putting him in. I mean, it could have been his only 3 hits of the year.
No, I guarantee you he made All-Star games.
I'm sure he did. He was a stud.
To show you how times have changed. When I went to a Braves game back then, when they had these cards, there was a guy with a little piece of wood that had little tacks or nails to where he just had to take a handful of cards and punch down to vote for everybody. I assumed all Braves.
So if it was all the Braves?
And he would just
I've seen it before.
He would just do it over and over. But you were allowed to take a piece of wood with nails, basically, into a sporting event.
Right. Let him through.
Yeah, no, he's voting for the Braves. But he would just sit there and just go through it as the game was going on and vote hundreds of times for players.
Yeah, some people would say they do that in the presidential elections.
Yeah, some people would say that. Our friends at Precision Sports get you into the game. We'll unveil our team coming up after a couple of college football notes and then get to our guest lineup coming up at 9:25. Precision Sports getting you back into the game.
Hey, there are different ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number 205-512-3885, the website precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting something in the attic, you injured your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard. Let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Oh, Barry says I have many of those old ballots. Barry, man, if you can get your hands on them, send us a picture. I'd love to see what those old things look like.
I can still see it in my mind.
I can too. They're old punch cards, and it would only have the last name, right? It would be like
Cruz, Cruz Astros. Murphy,
I think
Braves.
first initial,
last name, right? It would be like D. Murphy, Braves.
Yeah, the ones you could always book. Ozzie Smith was always an all-star.
100%
Cal
deservedly.
Ripken was always an all-star.
Yeah.
He says, I can. How? You can go to @NextRoundLive if you're on Twitter and send that to us, or you can just email us just very easily. He says, I'm old. You can email me unless you're really old. You can email me, Jim@nextroundlive.com, Jim@nextroundlive.com, and I will pass it along to Forrester and Tyler, and we'll get it on the air at some point. So Jim@nextroundlive.com. You can email me that, or you can write to us. Send us a postcard.
Dear Jim.
The old days. By the way, Jose Cruz,
I'm
a
looking at it.
284 lifetime hitter,
Yeah.
over 2,200 hits, and was a two-time All-Star.
Yeah. It was 85 was one of them. I think that might have been the year I voted for him. I mean, that would track.
Before we unveil our college football team, I thought of Brown yesterday,
Oh,
Rockstar.
thanks, Jim.
What thing pops up that makes
Golf.
you. We're golfing together
We're
today.
playing golf together today,
Yeah.
Jim.
And by the way, I'm going to go ahead and spoil a surprise, Brown.
What?
I bought a new golf bag yesterday.
Oh, congratulations, man. I'm excited
Oh,
to
you
see
spoiled
that.
the surprise.
Because I've had my University of Montevallo bag, which was a great Christmas gift a few years ago from
Right.
the AD at Montevallo, Mark Richard, and but it doesn't have individual slots for each club. It's a carry bag, and sometimes I find myself wrestling trying to get a club out because they're all intertangled in there, and I'm trying to get a 7-iron out.
that is annoying,
And I'm
yes.
the guy on the course going, So I went and bought individual slot for each club yesterday.
Okay.
Those things can be pricey.
Yeah.
They can be.
When you showed up, was Maggie at the door doing this?
No, I had to ask for permission to get it before I left. She has a friend in town, so I'm sleeping on the couch in the sports room.
Is friend in town a euphemism or?
No,
okay.
no. We're no longer. I no longer keep up with friends in town.
Okay, gotcha.
But a real friend is in town,
Right.
And you're really relegated to the couch?
and so I'm the couch in my sports area, and because we downsized, so we're only 3 bedrooms now, not 4. So I'm in the couch area, and it was. The friend arrives, and I said, "Hey, you guys are going to hang out. You are going to dinner tonight and stuff. You know what? I really need a new golf bag. You mind if I run and get a new golf bag?" This has nothing to do with why I thought of Brown, but I also thought of Brown when I went and bought the bag because the guy where I bought it, I won't give them a plug because they don't sponsor with us, but I ran in there and they're like, "Oh, he walked up, loves the show. He's telling me how much he loves the show." And he's like, "By the way, Brown comes in here every now and then." And I said, "Buying golf balls, I assume?" "Yeah, occasionally." But he was really, I forget what he said you were buying the other day. Was it gloves? What'd you?
No, I don't use a glove.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
You were in there buying something.
Yeah, I'm sure I was.
Other than a golf
yeah,
ball.
probably clothes or something.
But I bought the bag. And by the way, just, I had a choice. One of the bags, it was a Titleist bag.
I guarantee
was
it's red, white, and
Dolphins
blue.
colors. And I said,
Oh.
if I was a good friend, I would buy this one for
That's right.
Brown.
Yeah, and give it to me.
But I did not because it was.
But
it was
Maggie said only one today.
It's a cheaper bag. It was about $279. I wasn't going to drop $279 on Brown.
I bet you went red, white, and blue.
There was one that was pewter in the
Ooh.
Buccaneers colors,
Yeah,
the
I
no
would've
Buccaneer
gotten that one.
logo.
Yeah.
And I didn't get that one. I did go with one that was red, white, and blue, little American flag on it too.
Shocked.
Yeah. So, and with this Roback shirt,
Yeah.
Roback.com TNR20, and I realized this is a seasonal shirt. I can only wear it twice. This is the
can wear
second
it
time.
anytime.
Second time I've worn it.
What, Memorial Day was the other one?
Yeah, and
You can
now
wear that anytime.
I'm not sure you can.
Sure you can. Why not? Who cares?
Like I got some stairs walking into the building today.
Tell them go.
You could wear it to a planetarium, right?
That's right. That's right. If we're stargazing. So Brown and I are going to be playing a little bit later on today. But
So what made you think of me?
I
Oh,
thought of
The
you.
Captain America premiere.
They're racing.
Yeah, that's right. You could do that.
They're racing in Chicago this weekend in NASCAR.
And you thought Brown would say if it was in my backyard, I'd ask him to hold it down?
Saturday's practice after that and before the Infinity race, full concert. Who's playing? That made me think of you.
If it made you think of me, the Black Crows.
The Black Crows.
Are they really?
Yeah. So Saturday, the practice for both circuits. Then there's a break, full Black Crows concert.
All right.
And then they'll race the Infinity race. And then on Sunday, after the Xfinity race, the Chainsmokers are playing. Then before the race on Sunday, full concert, Miranda Lambert. So they get a little music with the folks in Chicago. So, $500,000 is all they're paying to rent out Grant Park for 2 weeks.
It's quite a deal for them.
Yeah, and they get a couple of concerts. It's not Lollapalooza, but get a little Black Crows, a little Chainsmoker, a little Miranda Lambert this weekend.
But no Chicago native bands. I know they're not going to roll out the Chicago, the
Cheap Trick.
70-year-olds.
Is Cheap Trick Chicago?
Yeah.
Hey, I saw a Rockstar. I saw a
I could have sworn Cheap Trick was British.
I thought they were British.
I did too.
Rockstar. I stumbled across a TikTok of Peter Cetera in concert, like current day Peter
Glory of Love.
Cetera.
How old?
How old is Peter Cetera?
Oh, I would say Peter Cetera is 78.
Yeah, and Rockstar. It was asking a lot of him vocally when he was in his prime, right? 78-year-old Peter Cetera, and I'll give him credit. Like, he hides the fact that he can't hit the notes anymore. Have you ever seen somebody do that, Rockstar?
Well, yes, but you're old, and it's hard to. I mean, we saw James Taylor a couple weeks ago, and he's not a big guy that sings a lot, but you could tell he was straining. I mean, you get old.
Yeah, I know, but here's what I respect about Peter Cetera. He's still trying to give him the hits and give him the show, And it doesn't appear now, Rockstar, you know me, I don't know music that well, but it doesn't appear that he's dropped it down any octaves. He's still singing it the way it was written, which I don't know. Would you rather them drop it down to a range they could sing it in, or try to sing it the way you remember it?
Depends on how it sounds. Like,
yeah, I mean,
Paul McCartney's still doing original key for like "Let It Be" and stuff like that, which is insane to be. And what is he, 80? Just turned 80.
Yeah, and I saw him like 15 years ago, and he was great. Peter Cetera is 78.
78. I mean,
Rockstar is dead on, by the way, Chicago.
Brian, sitting at my gate, getting ready to fly to Chicago, proudly sporting my TNR hat.
Have a good
Brian,
flight.
Thank you, buddy. Have a great flight.
Yeah, Brian.
Picture doesn't happen, though, Brian. We need a picture of you in Chicago in that hat.
The architect tour, you got to do it on the boat. It's incredible.
I enjoyed that, too. I did that. Chris H., listening to us down in New Orleans or Baton Rouge, somewhere in the great state of Louisiana. Jimmy America, married to a Brit and drives a foreign car. I do drive an Alfa Romeo, but I bought it in America right there at
Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Yeah, right here.
Grants Mill Road.
Just off
Go see Bo and the guys.
Yeah. So appreciate all you in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room as we get ready to roll now to our 40 and 40 team today. And it'll lead us into our first guest. It's brought to you by Urology Centers of Alabama. Urology Centers of Alabama before we do the big unveil.
You know, I said this earlier. The runway of June is running out. We are out of June. But we still have one day. And just want to remind you, June is Men's Health Month. Men's Health Month serves as a reminder that prioritizing our well-being, not a luxury, but a necessity. Time to focus on the specific health concerns that impact men. Compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
All right, Tyler's running the board. Our big unveil today, finishing page 2. Barely 1 point ahead of Wisconsin at 22 is Texas A&M, sliding in at number 21. What's your thoughts, LT, of the Aggies at 21? A feeling you're usually bashing the Aggies. I think you think we have them a little underrated.
Yeah, I would think that people would at least respect this take based on the fact that I have been so hard on Jimbo Fisher and the Aggies.
Yep. But
you know, I think this team is going to be much better, and I think it starts with quarterback. I think Connor Wegman is going to be really good. I think he's going to be the best option they've had since Kellen Mond. Kellen Mond was good enough to get them to 9-1 in a 10-game SEC regular season schedule. Look, they were number 6 to start 2022. They finished 5-7. It was a disastrous year by A&M expectations. This is what's weird is that was their first losing season since 2009. They finished 101st in the nation in scoring, only scoring 22.8 points per game. The run defense ranked 123rd nationally, but they led the nation in pass defense. And I guess it was because everybody's running on them.
That's right.
Like there's no reason to pass.
Why risk it? Just hand it off.
But they lost 5 games by 6 or less points, and they just couldn't win the tight games. And you guys will give me, if you have a quality quarterback, those are the games that quality quarterbacks can win.
But also you got to have the right play calling too. And Jimbo it seems to do a better job when he's playing against Alabama than he does anywhere else. But some of that is quarterback. Some of it was offensive line a little bit last year, but some of it is play calling and just the sequencing of plays and the ability to do more with your offense than maybe your talent says sometimes.
And this might be the bold statement of the day.
Ooh, already in the first segment.
But I am going to say by the end of the year, Texas A&M will be viewed, if they stay healthy, as having the best receiver corps in the SEC.
So you think the core of receivers at Texas A&M
Evan
best
Stewart
in the
is
SEC?
going to be a complete stud. Aeneas Smith coming back from injury, and you got Moose Muhammad. I think they're going to be really, really good.
Okay.
With Bobby
really
Petrino.
good, better than LSU?
I think this is a team, when you start to look at the schedule, I mean, the receivers, I think, will be better than LSU. I don't think ultimately they're going to be better than LSU.
No, but Tennessee, better than Tennessee's receivers?
Yes. I mean, Tennessee's losing a lot at receiver.
But usually got pretty good ones behind them.
Interesting stretch in that schedule where they play, that Arkansas game has been a wild game for them there at AT&T Stadium. Then they host Alabama and go to Tennessee. I mean, that's an interesting 3-game stretch for them. Last game of September, first 2 games of October, right before their bye week, which will probably set the tone for their whole season right there, because I would imagine Although at Miami is a losable game and Auburn's a losable game, but there's a chance they're 4-0 going into that Arkansas game.
I think they finished 9-3.
9-3, which would be about 21, maybe a tad higher. Voted on by you guys. That's our UCA 40-40 team today, Texas A&M. We'll talk more about the Aggies with Billy Luicci coming up in our next segment. LT, tell us about UCA one more time.
Again, June is Men's Health Month. Make sure you go get checked out. Men's Health, the Health Center is absolutely beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. Patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule that appointment with one of their many urologists today.
NH3425 says, I disagree with you guys. I think A&M goes 2-3 in September with wins only against La Monroe and New Mexico State.
Boy, you fire up the Jets at that point.
Brody says,
I don't think there's any saving it there.
Brody says, what is the point spread versus Auburn if both teams are 3-0?
A&M 4.5.
A&M 4.5 in that game, according to LT there. So we appreciate all your comments over there. Don't forget Billy Luicci on A&M. They got a big recruit last night. 4-star receiver Draylon Miller from the state of Texas picks the Aggies over USC and LSU. So a pretty good pickup there for Jimbo and Bobby Petrino and the guys down in Aggie land. We'll talk to Billy in our next segment. Show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's, celebrating 50 years, half a century with Wayne's. Great service. Started with pest control, grew to termite protection, lawn care, and mosquito services now. Mosquito services, get it all checked out at callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, the website. Or you can call them up and go ahead and order today, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. You're saving $50 on each of those platforms if you use the promo code TNR. Save $50 on pest control, stack it up on lawn care or mosquito services, save $100, $150, $200 if you use the promo code TNR. And these discounts are for new or existing customers. Wayne celebrating 50 years, pest control, termite protection, lawn care, and mosquito services. The promo code TNR, where you can save when you go to callwaynes.com or call them up, 866-WAYNES-1.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new Men's Health Center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa as we get ready for the weekend and get ready to talk to Billy Luicci. Tell us about Woodhouse Day Spa, a great way to sort of relax this summer.
Absolutely. It's the best day spa in all of Birmingham. Voted America's best day spa since 2009. Stop in, see Casey Stewart, the fine folks. It's located right there at the Summit Shopping Centers. And basically, they've got anything you want. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail service, Woodhouse Day Spa. You can order that special person gift online 24/7. Go to birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas located right there at the Summit Shopping Centers.
All right, so we ask you to vote on the top 25 teams in college football. We built a 40 and 40 from that. Our team today, Texas A&M, the Aggies, coming in at 22. Billy Luicci is with us right now, texags.com. He's the publisher and co-owner of that website, at Billy Luicci on Twitter. Welcome in, Billy. How are you today?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing fantastic. When I tell you that's roughly the area, somewhere in the 20s, is that about where you would expect Texas A&M to be?
Yeah, I think so. And you know, hopefully they prove to be a little underrated this year, whereas last year at this time, I was telling everyone that would listen, I felt like they were a little overrated. Now, did I think they were going to go 5-7? Not even close. But they were ranked. You would see them coming in at preseason number 6 or 7. I felt like they were more of a top 15 team than they were a top 10 team. I thought, you know, if you'd taken them from 6 to 12 or 7 to 14, I wouldn't have had a huge argument with it, just because they were so inexperienced at quarterback and along the offensive line. And as you guys know, in the SEC, inexperience in the offensive line at quarterback, that's a recipe for trouble once you enter conference play. Little did I know that they were going to run into so much trouble even in the non-conference with App State, and it just kind of fell, it kind of fell apart from there. They had a stretch there where it looked like they might have been able to salvage it. I think they took down Miami and Arkansas back to back, and then had lost in Starkville, and then had a shot to beat Bama there on that last play. Maybe had they done that, they could have ridden a little momentum, but the deal last year was broken. It just wasn't a good football team. It wasn't cohesive. They were way too inexperienced at spots, and injuries were. In my time doing this, in 25 years, injuries were at an all-time high for that team. All the way down to them having half a football team against Florida due to, of all things, the flu.
You know, Billy, I brought up last segment, 5 of their 6 losses, by 6 or less. Or 5 of those 7 losses by 6 or less. And I brought up the point, quarterback can make the difference on those one-possession games. Is it fair to say Jimbo Fisher has his best quarterback since Kellen Mond?
Yeah, he's got a veteran to beat out with a new OC and Bobby Petrino, which is a whole nother dynamic that I think, a few months in, man, people are really excited about it around here, including Jimbo. So that part will be interesting. But Connor Wigman has a chance to be the best A&M quarterback, in my opinion, since Manziel. Now, Kellen for Jimbo, Kellen's senior year was pretty damn spectacular. Not so much prior to that. He'd have some games, and he was solid. But his senior year, if you go back and look at just the numbers and what the team did, even A&M fans don't appreciate that enough. But as far as a quarterback, I think Wigman has tremendous upside, and I don't think people are talking about him enough around this league. When you think about how he ended the season with that win over LSU, and I know A-Chain ran wild, but you go watch. Okay, Auburn was a struggle for Connor and the entire team. They had no Moose Muhammad. They had no A-Chain, no blocking. That was a miserable night on the Plains there. So factor that one in, of course, and that was his second start. But you look at his first start and his fourth start, which were Ole Miss and LSU, he was really, really damn good in those two football games, against quality SEC teams, especially LSU, a top 5 team at the time. No one's talking about number 15 in maroon and white. And people, I think even I had McElroy on the other day, and we were talking about, Wigman, how much he liked Connor and how he wasn't really kind of a draft pick guy, but just everything you look at, he just kind of got it done. But I think people are sleeping on how dynamic Connor Wigman can be. Connor was a 5-star, number 2 quarterback in the country. He was a guy that everyone had penciled into OU. Jimbo offered him. The Aggies took him. A 2-sport star. Baseball was going to be, a high draft pick, but said he was coming to school to play quarterback. And, man, you talk to people in that area of Houston where there's been a ton of talent come through, and they talk about Connor Wigman as potentially being the best that they've seen through there. And that, what people don't know about this kid is how well he can run. And I think that's the one thing that people have not seen enough of yet, because you forget last year there wasn't another scholarship quarterback on the roster once Haynes King got hurt before the half against Florida. So in their last 4 games, Connor Wigman was the only scholarship quarterback on the roster. So they weren't going to run him. They weren't going to do those type of things. This dude can make things happen with his legs, and that's something the SEC hasn't seen yet.
Billy, the Jimbo Petrino dynamic, I understand it's going to be whatever it is. You can't predict that.
Yeah.
But you've been around the coaching staff with Bobby Petrino, a guy who's been a successful head coach at a place like Arkansas. They were up to number 3 in the country, I think, at one point. And he coached in the NFL. How much fire does he have in his belly as an offensive coordinator now at this age back at it? Does he seem as hungry as maybe the first time you crossed paths with him?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've never known him, and I watched him put about 3 knots on A&M's head before they won 10 of the last 11 against Arkansas. They were 0-3 against Petrino, 10-1 or 11-1 against everybody else. So, yeah, I'm watching him coach out there, and he's certainly got it still. And he's, but I think he's you're seeing the easier going Bobby Petrino. I think the pressure of being a head coach and having to do everything without that, recruiting and the donor engagements and things like that, with all that off his plate, I think you're seeing a happier, older, wiser, more relatable Bobby Petrino, if that makes any sense. But the players have loved him. Everyone in the building has talked great about him. And, here's the thing. I've watched enough to know and talked to enough people to know that it's his offense. It's not much different than Jimbo's. What they're trying to do, and they've also got Jim Chaney there as an analyst, so you've got a lot of veteran offensive guys. They're just trying to streamline it for the players. I think they're trying to play and get things accomplished faster, more efficiently, and the biggest difference will be Petrino's calling the play.
Billy Luicci is with us, Team 21, and our 40 and 40 is Texas A&M. At Billy Luicci on Twitter is where you find him, TexAgs.com, TexAgs.com. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Slightly away from this season, and I don't want to fast forward, but if we fast forward to next season, we get the revival of Texas A&M. And everyone on the A&M side had said, hey, listen, that game is going to be in College Station. You talk all you want, that game's going to be in College Station. What is the temperature for this rivalry as it is renewed with Texas coming to the SEC, and how important was it that it was in College Station for the first time?
Well, the temperature, let's just say it's not quite as hot as these 107, 108 degrees right now in Texas. But it's heating up. I'll put it that way. It's, when the schedules were announced, Longhorns are as arrogant, cocky as they've ever been. And you guys are going to get a great taste of that. I know they played Bama this year. I guess they missed Bama and Auburn on the schedule in 24, but you guys are familiar with them from their tussles with Bama. Probably the most arrogant fan base in the country. Maybe Ohio State would challenge for that, and they think they're going to come in and turn the league on its head. And look, they're recruiting very well. They don't want to hear this, but their NIL has been very powerful. I think it saved Steve Sarkisian and Longhorn football. They would never admit that because you'd like to blame A&M as the big bad boogeyman when it comes to NIL with this fake $30 million number that every clown, across the country ran with. But A&M has done very well with NIL. Texas has done very well with NIL. They did very well with NIL coming off a 5-7 first season for Sark with 6 straight losses, including a loss to Kansas, and they somehow signed the number 5 class in the country. Meanwhile, everybody's focused on what A&M did. They went 8-5 this year, signed the number 3 class in the country. NIL has done wonders for the outlook for Texas football. I see their talent getting better, especially in the trenches where they've had issues and where they would have been, I think, in the last decade plus, just absolutely dominated in the SEC. They're changing that in a hurry. A&M, I did a little breakdown what their roster will look like in 24. I'm going to tell you what, if the Aggies and Horns have good enough seasons this year, and obviously Texas has a clearer path in the Big 12, but if they both can have good enough seasons, that game could be a really, really big one for more reasons than just the first time they play. And there's going to be a hell of a lot of talent on both those rosters in 24. So, which is the way it should be, and which is the way, like, if you're going to do this and showcase this game in the SEC, I hope the rest of the league and the whole country can sit back and go, man, those are 2 really good football teams. That's why I never wanted them to run into each other in, like, the Music City or the Texas Bowl. I always felt like if they played again, it needed to be, in the college football playoff or in a Sugar Bowl or Cotton Bowl, something when they were both good. And I think that's what we're trending towards. As far as where the game is at, there's a misconception that A&M people say, like, oh, because you didn't tell us about Texas and OU coming, Sankey, you owe us one. And if Aggies or Ross Bjork or anybody felt that way, I feel like that's misguided and wrong. I thought the game should be in College Station simply because, hey, these guys have been a member of our league for 12 years. We know how big and how important this first game is. And this fan base and the university and the athletic program came to the SEC 12 years ago. Texas and OU are new. They're going to be in their first year. It's just too easy just to say, hey, we're just going to treat our long time, and it is a long time now, it's going to have been a dozen years, league member by saying, hey, you guys can get this first game. That's all. To me, that's all it was. It wasn't any more difficult than just looking at it that way.
I agree. I think you go, hey, they're already an SEC member, and it's that big of a game. You give it to the people that are already with us, not the new guys. I agree 100%. That's what it was.
You could see more from Billy either at Texas or do all these. TexAgs.com, and also on Twitter at Billy Luicci is where you find him there. Billy, we greatly appreciate the time, man. Have yourself a great Independence Day weekend.
Guys, that was great. Enjoy the 4th of July. Y'all have a good one.
All right, brother. Take care. Billy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, talking about team number 21 in our 40 and 40 countdown, Texas A&M. You hear me talk about A-plus tile home remodeling a lot. Here's basically what happened. My wife and I, we bought our house back in 2015, and one thing we knew immediately we did not like about it was the master bath. And many of you have been in that same situation. You buy a house, you don't like the kitchen or the master bath. Those are really the 2 main things most people look at, kitchen, master bath, right? We didn't like it. We said, okay, we'll redo it. Well, like everything else, you start kicking the can down the road. We'll do it next summer. We'll do it next summer. And finally, Jennifer was like, hey, listen, now we're coming up on 8 years. Let's do it. So she scoured the internet. She read reviews. She talked to people that had used certain contractors. She talked to contractors. She picked Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad she did. His work was tremendous. His crews in and out quickly, timely, clean. They did everything great. And our bathroom just looks fantastic. We're loving our master bath. You can call Brad yourself. Call him or text him. This is his cell number. Anywhere in Alabama. 205-422-1758. Don't bite. Brad warned me about this. Don't bite on those one-day bath remodels. Sometimes they just slap a shower over an existing shower, which sounds disgusting.
Boo.
Yes, boo. You do not want that. And many times their quotes are double what Brad's for one day of work. Double the quote. It just doesn't make any sense. 205-422-1758. They're doing Lance's Kitchen and Lance's Master Bath. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Hey, by the way, my glass came in yesterday. Nelson Glass installed that.
Right.
First shower with the glass this morning.
How good did that
So we'll
feel?
have before and after pictures next week.
You actually look cleaner today. Way to
Okay,
go.
good.
Yeah.
Good.
Stay in there a little longer. We'll get the before and afters when we get back from our break. Remember, no live show Monday, no live show Tuesday, back live Wednesday. But we're here today all the way until 1 Central. Rockstar in the Lounge coming up. On the way down to the beach right now, one of our longtime friends and listeners, Cody. Y'all know Cody. He comes to some of our events.
Right.
Big Bama fan. He's on his way down with my buddy Houston Daniel, and I hope their beautiful wife, Amy. I mean, I went to college with Houston's dad, Dirty. You know Dirty on
Dirty,
the show, right?
Yeah, Coach Daniel, great guy. Jack
and
brought him up the other day, by the way.
Oh, really? You still
He did.
remembers
Well,
Coach Daniel?
Well, Coach Daniel got to take one student to lunch one day, and Jack's favorite place back in the day, I think he was in 3rd or 4th grade, was Jason's Deli.
Oh, yeah.
Right there by,
Wow.
yeah, really. Wait,
Get a bowl of soup and a sandwich.
So he went there right by Fresh Market, and it is now a pizza joint. And so we were walking in the other night, and Jack was like, this is where Coach Daniel took me. He brings it up every time.
Brings it up every time. And Coach Daniel dated Houston's mom, Amy, all through college. But Dirty could talk to women. I just assumed that he was smooth talking to the ladies because he already had a steady girlfriend that he would eventually marry.
There was no danger.
There was no loss, right?
Yeah.
He was playing with house money at that point. But then Houston, this married Amy when they met her at Troy. Like if Houston is like a 7 on the good look scale, Amy's like an 11. This guy's going to be a great college coach someday, a great recruiter. You know, that's always the joke.
Right.
Smoke show of a wife. So
he's +4.
yes,
Yeah.
I mean, on the hotness scale.
I'd say plus. I don't know what the biggest spread you've ever seen is. You say he's +4.
Yeah, I mean yours and Jen's.
Oh no.
big, yeah.
I'm definitely plus.
I'm trying to think like celebrity wise. What would jump out? We always talk about Lyle Lovett, and
Julia Roberts in her prime. Lyle Lovett, Julia
But
Roberts.
I never really believed that was real anyway.
Well,
but I guess it was.
And Julia Roberts in her prime, what was Pretty Woman? She was like an 8. That
Yeah,
fair?
but Lyle's probably a 3. I mean, that's
No,
a good
no,
+5
yeah,
right
yeah.
there. Yeah.
But there's got to be bigger examples. The old dude in Anna Nicole Smith when she was in her prime.
That was love.
Yeah.
I know that was true love.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was a fossil. He was a 2, and
Yeah,
she was
she
like
was-
a 9. Maybe.
You can't count money ones.
Yeah. The ones that are obvious money grabs, I think you got to eliminate. I'm just in real world.
You're
I
talking
don't
about
know.
guys that actually have airtight game and are able to pull.
I'm just talking real world. You go out and you're like, she's a 9, he's a 4. I mean, that's a +5 for him. Good job.
So ugliest guy, best looking woman in real life. If you've got a submission, I mean, not that Houston's ugly, but you know what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, you gave him a 7.
Yeah,
He's still playing +4 because you gave her an 11.
Yeah, I mean, she way out of. I mean, and now producing a couple of kids, just a wonderful wife.
Now,
so
I'm gonna
I hope you
rule
guys
it.
have a great trip to the beach.
I'm going to rule him a +3. I don't think for the purposes of this we can't go above 10. You got to set 10 as a limit.
All right. So best Billy Bob Thornton and anybody he's ever dated is coming in quick over there from
Well,
Bob.
it was probably Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, I mean that's probably
Pete Davidson.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
that's a
Pete
good
Davidson
one.
and anyone.
Yeah, I mean he's at best a 4.
Beetlejuice.
He's at 4, and he's dated some 10s. hasn't he?
Evan says Connor and Willa. You remember when Connor was like, I'm just not going to do this, and both Roman and Kendall are like, you're never going to do better. Although she's a paid-for whore, you're never going to do better.
You're never going to do better. All right, quick break here. We continue the conversation when we come back. LT is remembering something on July 1st. What that is next. While we got that running in, we'll ask you maybe another trivia question later in the show. But up next, proof here that I'm not the worst person when it comes to staged comedy. A future Hall of Famer bombed yesterday on social media. You'll hear how he bombed when we come back right here on TNR, being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Always easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the next round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Layoffs are happening at ESPN. This has been announced that it's coming for months now. And, here we are at the end of June, and they're making the announcement, I guess, before they have to go payroll July, or some contracts are coming up. One of the big ones announced today involving basketball.
Yeah, word has broken that Jeff Van Gundy, the analyst on the Prime ESPN crew, is among the next wave of layoffs. That's according to Andrew Marchand of the New York Post, who covers the media for them.
Easy pickup by TNT, though.
I would imagine.
Got to grab him. I can't believe they let him go before Mark Jackson. That is an absolute joke.
Well, they may get rid of Mark too. I mean, because Mark was pushing hard to get back into coaching this offseason, and that didn't happen, right? He didn't get a gig.
No.
Yeah.
Jalen Rose also out, according to the same reporter, Andrew Marchand, who is dripping these.
Yeah, by the way,
those out. It's kind of hard to watch, honestly.
Those are two pretty big names of their NBA coverage. So we'll see what happens to those guys. By the way, nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. Yesterday, National Geographic cut all of their staff writers, and 135 years they've been doing a magazine, and they think maybe this is it.
It's sad. I mean, but this is what this is doing to the world.
Yeah.
You know, anything you want to find out. I remember learning things for the first time looking at a National Geographic. I mean, some of those stories, the pictorials, I mean, it was an incredible publication.
Yeah, for me, National Geographic is the opposite of the old Playboy joke. I never read it for the articles.
Right.
I mean, they did. I'm not talking like when you were a kid and you could see, some African ladies' boobs. I'm talking about, I mean, they did, and that was part of it when I was in elementary school, not going to lie. But they also had phenomenal photography.
Oh, yeah, the tigers or the elephants.
Never read their articles.
The microscopic ants underground. I mean, they would do amazing photos.
Yeah, and I still remember vividly two covers, the girl with the beautiful eyes. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
This is the Afghan girl.
Yeah, you got lost in her eyes.
Yeah, 40 years ago, some of the best eyes ever. And then the tribe that would have for the girls, they'd have the rings.
Yeah.
And if they ever took the rings off, their neck would snap because, the structure got so used to that supporting it. I don't know if you could find those covers. If there's like the most famous National Geographic covers, I would assume the Beautiful Eyes is number one, but the other one probably is up there.
While he's looking for that, Redmont Vodka bringing you your holiday drinks this weekend. If you get a chance to get by Lance's pool or whatever, Redmont Vodka will be served up prominently there.
I thought it was really cool at the I didn't watch any of the match last night, but the official vodka of the match was Redmont Vodka. And so, I follow Redmont Vodka on Instagram, and they were showing they had a pre-party, and all of the pouring stations were Redmont Vodka last night out in Vegas. So Redmont Vodka, it's really growing. Check it out. It's available in 22 states. It was very prevalent last night in Las Vegas at the match. The weekend is here, a long extended weekend. If you're heading to one of these 4th of July parties, pick up a bottle. We had our new shipment brought to us just yesterday. It's gluten-free. It's 8 times distilled, and it's local. Great price point. Try it out. It's Redmont Vodka.
All right, so this is the cover, the young lady from the cover of National Geographic that LT remembers from 40 years ago, LT.
So, Brown, would you rather have those eyes or pick up 2 strokes on your golf game?
Please, are you kidding me? Take 2 strokes off my handicap, my heartbeat.
Oh, this is what she looks like now.
Yeah, we all age, Rockstar.
Yeah.
That is not her.
Oh,
that is. I mean, you can tell by the eyes.
Person?
You can tell by 40 years later, Brown. How is it not the same
those
person?
are Afghan years. That's tough living.
Yeah, I mean, she climbs cliffs.
Yeah.
To get an orange.
Huxtable.
I mean.
Oh. Hey, I thought of this morning.
Okay.
She's probably got worse nipples than the dog I was going to rescue. Was that too much?
Yeah, I thought that was a step too far.
Well, bet she's not listening.
Lance seems surprised. So I was given the opportunity yesterday, would I become a sub-scratch golfer or add 5 years to the end of my life, like from 80 to 85? I could die at 80 and be a sub-scratch golfer right now. And you were surprised I took the golf.
I was, because I thought it was a little selfish, but,
All right. If I told you 5 years of your life or the Rams win 2 more Super Bowls.
Oh.
See, there we go. You're just thinking about it. I mean, all you had to do was say you were thinking about it.
Again, you got to clarify this a little bit. Yesterday, I gave you 5 healthy years.
Okay, I'll give you 5 healthy years.
Yeah, I'll take the 5 healthy years.
3 Super Bowls.
I'll take 4 healthy years.
There we go. 5 fell the point, Jim. It was 3 Super Bowls. In case you're
4 Super Bowls and 3 healthy years.
Then it gets too much. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah.
I remember when the Lakers 3-peated. I was like,
sort of boring.
It really does kind of get boring. I mean, I think Alabama fans were bored for a while. I really do.
Tampa Bay Lightning won back-to-back. I was like, I don't even want to really a 3-peat at this point.
I mean, when we're going 20 years between championships, I mean, it makes you appreciate it a lot more.
Get a little hungrier. Absolutely, 100%. All right, July 1st last year was the first day without Superior Grill, a landmark in Lance's life. He wanted to bring up some other things, so we're gonna revisit this later in the show. but start thinking about landmarks in your town that you thought would never go away, whether it's businesses, restaurants, storefronts, whatever. Let us know something in your town that you never, ever, ever thought would go away. For Lance Superior Grill, July 1st, it was a landmark moment for you.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't July 1st exactly. It was the month of July. And passing it this morning, looking over there, weeds are growing up on it. It's an eyesore now. Very selfish that they couldn't come up with a deal. Why not have a tenant in there that's going to pay a fair price instead of running them off? It was a Birmingham landmark. I miss it all the time. We were talking about it on Sunday night. We were trying to decide where to go to dinner. Boy, we wish we could go to Superior Grill. What I'd love to do, and I meant to do it this morning, I was running a little behind. I was going to pull in the parking lot, take a picture of it, and just show what it looks like now compared to a year ago. So if anybody's just bored today and they want to take a picture and shoot it to us, because I've got one of Superior Grill, and it was like really like blowing out, one of those great nights where the parking lot people are parking on the street. But my question is, what Birmingham businesses or businesses throughout Alabama are you shocked ever went out of business?
Yeah.
Superior Grill never would have gone out of business when it came to a financial situation.
Or anywhere in the country that you're listening to us or watching us today on all of our platforms. Last night, Shohei Ohtani, the 14th home run in the month of June, even though the Angels lost. Former Auburn player Josh Donaldson hit one 472 feet in Oakland, so it didn't hit anybody, but it went 472 feet. Yankees win 10-4 last night. Great week.
That was a good line.
Great weekend series from my old TV days. I would have used that one. Great series this weekend. Miami and Atlanta are playing each other this weekend. Rarely do you see this on the schedule.
Who the Braves got, Jim?
Yeah, Miami and Atlanta the holiday weekend, but it is the battle for first place. Braves up 6 games on them. Another great series, in all seriousness, Houston and Texas play this weekend. A little rivalry in the Lone Star State there in Arlington as we roll into this holiday weekend. Don't forget, you can get a shirt just like mine, but they've got 1,000 other different shirts and hoodies at Roback.com. Roback.com. Use our promo code TNR20 to save 20% on your purchase. When we come back, a ton of college football to get to. We'll get to that. And the stand-up comedian, future Hall of Famer that went Dunaway flat. That'll start off our next segment. The show being brought to you by our friends at Legacy. Everyday checking, lifestyle loans, loans for your car or truck, whatever you need from Legacy. LegacyCreditUnion.com, the details. The official credit union of UAB as well. Proud supporter of UAB Athletics and the city of Birmingham when it comes to education and healthcare industries for 60 years. Your everyday checking. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit card, and a lot more. Also, the lifestyle loans. If you got an unexpected medical expense, maybe you just want to update your backyard or something else, you can go to our friends at Legacy. No collateral required, affordable low rates, and a lot more. LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. Rockstar, what have you done here? Live?
No, that's Google Maps, the most recent update of Google Maps of Superior Grill. Yeah. So I don't know what the actual date is, but weeds haven't grown yet.
Sad.
It looks like a miniature golf course down on the coast that went out of business.
Yeah, it looks like the end of times.
That's really sad.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And
we'll pour one out.
I mean, their landscaping was always just immaculate. Now, you get a feral cat running through there a lot.
Well, who among us?
You can't stop that.
But I can't believe for lease. It's going to stay for lease. You know why? Because nobody can afford that property.
All right, when we come back, a lot of college football for you as we get ready for a holiday weekend. We're only 57 days away from week 0, 17 days from our Nashville trip. This is the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour number 2. Cam Robinson, another Alabama player, got popped with a suspension yesterday. This time, 4-game suspension, violating the PED policy. 27-year-olds in the second year of a 3-year, $54 million extension with the Jaguars there. And people are saying, well, if you only miss 4 games, what's the big deal? It's vacation time. No. Missing 4 games will cost him $3.55 million. See, I don't think people understand that when you get suspended for a game, half a season, 6 games, the entire season, you don't get your paycheck. You got your guaranteed money, but everything else, you don't get your paycheck.
Yeah, look, and I know nobody's going to feel sorry for Cam Robinson. He's a multimillionaire, but think about it like this. They only get paid during the season. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you have your signing bonus, but you're getting a paycheck every week, a game check. So that's a month. If you've ever been out of work for a month, not getting that paycheck is a big deal. And outside of that, Cam Robinson's missing a quarter of the season.
I will never forget when we worked with Al Del Greco, former Auburn and NFL kicker, who told us you would be stunned at some of the high-level players that had to take out bridge loans to get from the end of one season to the beginning of another. They were making millions of dollars, and because the paychecks stop in February and don't start back until August.
The spending habits don't stop.
The spending habits don't stop. And Al was like, I knew what these guys were making, and they were having to take out loans just to make ends meet, basically. And I'm not saying Cam Robinson's in that situation, but like you say, Dunaway, it's easy to scoff at $3 million until you're living in that situation and realize that paycheck has stopped.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys. If I was out of work for a month without pay, it would be a big impact.
It hurts. It hurts. Tripp says, but you do the math, Dunaway. Lose $3.55 million, but you get a $54 million contract. You understand why you get a net gain of $50 million, why you risk it with the PEDs.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's the calculus on the PEDs.
Yeah.
If it makes me good enough to get that contract.
I am shocked that more NFL guys don't get popped with the PED.
They're busy on the gambling front right now. I don't know if that's tying up all the time.
By the way, another detail on Isaiah Rodgers, who not only bet on Colts games, he apparently bet on Colts prop bets too. $1,000 reportedly on a Colt running back going under whatever the yards were that day. He bet on his teammate going under $1,000.
I'd be interviewing the teammate. Yeah. I mean, if it hit.
But I think Taylor was hurt, so it would have been the other guy.
Yeah, but still, Isaiah Rodgers to just assume he's going to hit the under there.
Well, I mean, you've got the game plan all week, right? And okay, if Taylor's out, we're only going to carry. These three guys are going to split the carries, and I don't know what all went into that prop bet, but apparently Isaiah wasn't just betting on wins and losses; he was betting on props as well.
So Zach Moss was that backup, and I just want to see what Zach's biggest game was, because for a backup, I would say their rush totals are probably 67. He better not have done it in January. 114 yards, 74, 65, 81. I mean, hell, he hit his over most of the times he started.
Yeah, well, maybe he was betting over. I don't know, but I thought I read it was the under there. All right, you guys are rolling in. Bobby says, great call on Central Barbecue. Used to love that. Mac and cheese was awesome. Portions were a little too small. Sweet tea tasted a little like sweat to him, but other than that, Forrester is was throwing things that he thought would stay open forever. Laura says she thinks Nikki's West and Bright Star will survive everything.
Well, they have thus far, and you only fingers crossed. It's just so sad when you see some of these restaurants in these places that you absolutely love that are go-tos for you and your family go out of business.
Barry, who writes in, says the Coca-Cola sign in Florence was there from 1949 to 2004. It was the first thing you'd see when you crossed the bridge into Florence. So when it left in 2004, he was like, what are they doing?
How do I know I'm over the bridge?
How am I going to know I'm in Florence?
Well, one of my first places I ever went to in Tuscaloosa when we were going through Rush and we were just, we were juniors in high school, was a place called Storyville. Did you ever go to Storyville?
I did not.
No.
Storyville was great. So it was like they had it was a restaurant / bar, but they had like an outdoor kind of courtyard patio. But the Storyville sign was a landmark in Tuscaloosa right there on the Strip. And I'll never forget, after our first, we had a swap on a Thursday night, and one of the active guys came down to me and Danny Daniels, and he said, hey, you guys need to make a statement tonight, overnight. And so, we were crazy back in the day. So we went and stole the Storyville sign.
Oh, yeah?
And we had it hanging out the back of his Saab. But the next day we had it in the band room, and they freaked out. They're like, holy shit, what are we going to do? Somebody stole the Storyville sign. This thing has got to go back. So we had to, in the middle of the night, we had to take it and just lay it back kind of up against the post it was on.
Sorry. By the way, Michael writes in, Jim's on 82. Used to be the best stop on the way to T-Town for him. No longer there. Keep those coming in. We'll get back to Brown. We'll keep up with some of those in the chat room. We'll get back to that a little bit later in the show. Before we jump into a college football conversation here, I want to tell you about our friend Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. We had massive hail out in Colorado. 2/3 of the country right now is under some kind of weather alert today. 2/3 of it. A lot of it's for the heat. Even massive heat can cause damages to your roof, right? It can just, loosen things up, melt things, get things to where water can creep in, winds, the hailstorms. Anytime you have massive heat like this, you have pop-ups, thunderstorms, and some gusting winds that can loosen shingles and stuff. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing wants to get on your roof and give it a free no-cost roof inspection. All you have to do is call his number 542-3531, 542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, the best warranties in the industry, locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife run the company and manage the company, and they make sure you will be satisfied. 205-542-3531 or a free no-cost roof inspection as well. Call that number or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. All right, as we get closer and closer to the start of the college football season, Texas A&M is our focus today at number 21. We talked to Billy Luicci in the first hour. You asked the question, LT, greatest Aggie of all time. Johnny Manziel in recent history would get a vote, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've got him number 2 on my list. I had a top 10. Just went through the.
Went 10 deep.
I went 10 deep. Yeah.
My gosh.
I mean, there's A&M's got some great
Well,
players.
they do, and I don't think I can name 10 of them.
Well,
though.
I'll tell you, number 1 is Von Miller.
Yeah, Von Miller's phenomenal. Now, did you put John David Crow on here? He
I
won the
did.
Heisman.
I
Okay.
had John David Crow at number 5.
All right.
So here's the way I went, and you guys tell me what you do. I had Von Miller 1, Manziel 2, Myles Garrett 3, Mike Evans at number 4. At number 5, John David Crow, Lester Hayes, great defensive back for the Oakland Raiders at number 6, Jake Matthews, longtime offensive tackle, Luke Jokel, same thing, really good tackle, Shane Leckler, one of the best punters in the history of the NFL, and then Dat Gwynn, who was a great linebacker.
I used to love Dat Gwynn. Yeah.
I would tell you Manziel would be 4th on that list for me.
4th?
Yeah. I mean, he's quarterback, so he gets overplayed.
But I think when you look, I see, and I can't get some of the NFL stuff out of my head,
Well,
and I
that's
think
part
that's
of
what's happening to you.
Yeah.
But if we just went A&M career, I think you could put Manziel at the top of the list.
Yeah, I don't.
But how good is Manziel without Mike Evans? They were there at the same time, right?
They were.
How good is Mike Evans without Manziel?
I think we've seen that. I mean, he was good with Jameis Winston.
Jameis
Winston.
Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, you're letting the NFL shade it.
I'm just saying the guy was good.
Yeah.
He went and got some balls for him.
Johnny Manziel was incredible.
Was good. Though.
Von Miller and Myles Garrett, though. Okay, don't go Mike Evans. Myles Garrett and Johnny Manziel.
Well, I had Myles Garrett right behind.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, so I had him at number 3. So it's tight.
Yeah, 4th for me on Manziel.
Okay.
But those other 3 are monsters, even when they got to the NFL.
And I saw all these guys play except John David Crow. I saw Lester Hayes, in the NFL for a minute.
Trent Dilfer has an interesting comment we'll get to later in the show, or later this segment after we do our 4 downs today, which is brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. Slice Pizza, 4 downs, with our friends at Texas A&M. A little feature of that today. Tell us about Slice.
Yes, Slice, just a wonderful place to go this weekend. Get that carry out, $75. You get 12 of the fired wings. You also get 2 of the specialty pizzas, half pan of the salad. Speaking of specialty pizzas, local pizza, local ingredients, you're going to absolutely love it. It's the thin crust, almost New York style, but the toppings are fabulous. From the soul pie, the wing and a prayer, the bajaya special, the hot mama. Go online, slicebirmingham.com to check it out. Remember, 4 locations, Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, and Crestline Park.
First down.
Boy, that was a loud whistle, wasn't it?
I didn't know that was coming, so sorry.
More wins, A&M or the combination of the Texans and your Bucks?
Well, we got a stake bet where I have another NFL team, a combination of Texans and Bucks. I just don't think the Texans and Bucks are going to win a lot. I think combined maybe 8.
Yeah, I would think 7 or 8.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say A&M is higher than that.
That's a tough one. I think 7 or 8 could be the difference right there because I think A&M could be right there at 8.
I think A&M's going to be 9 or 10.
Yeah.
I really do.
And this, I'm going to look. That may be our actual state bet.
I think the West is. I think it's going to be a 3-team race. I think Auburn's going to beat somebody they shouldn't. I think Lane Kiffin's going to have a rough year.
Do you?
I do.
I think I'll go Texas A&M. Don't feel great about that, but I'll go A&M.
I've got the Lions with more wins than the Bucks and Texans combined. That's which is a better bet, A&M or the Lions?
I would take A&M more wins than the Lions.
Yeah. So
But it's close.
you don't think the Lions can get to 10?
Well, I think the problem with the Lions right now is they're getting so hyped up. It's a terrible, at least historic organization. And when you start to hype somebody up like that in the offseason, and Jared Goff is such an inconsistent guy. I mean, in 18 he was great. In 22 he was great. But in between, he just was, a very, very average quarterback. And if you get average quarterback play from him.
Yeah, but we're all picturing the Texans and Bucks being about 4 wins each, right?
Yeah.
Or 5 for the Texans, 3 for the Bucks, something like that.
But the Lions going 7-10 is not going to blow me away.
Yeah, it would surprise me if they went 7-10. But I'm going to go Texas A&M over the Bucks and the Texans for that one.
Second down.
I think this one's kind of interesting. Who's at their job longer, Jimbo Fisher or Sean McVay? I mean, Fisher's got a contract that is tough to get out of.
Yeah, it is.
And McVay's not going to get fired for performance, but McVay, it seems like every year at the end of the year, we're talking about this guy getting burned out and possibly getting into the broadcast.
He reevaluates it for sure every year.
Here's an interesting thing on Jimbo Fisher, though. Part of the calculus in, say, an Alabama and Auburn coach, whether you fire them or not, is how they do in the Iron Bowl, right?
Right.
Jimbo Fisher doesn't necessarily, up until now, have that rivalry that plays into that.
Right. Until 2024, he hasn't had to deal with having to beat the rival.
That being one of the data points that determines whether or not you keep your job.
But it immediately starts next year.
It does. It immediately starts.
And if he's 7-5 or 8-4 this year, and then 7-5 or 8-4 again next year with the loss, that buyout continues to.
Like Sark has that already with Oklahoma. Now Sark gets a double with Texas A&M. I mean, it's tougher on Sark because he already had that game with Oklahoma that's going to factor into your overall job performance, that singular game.
That's right.
And now you throw Texas A&M in, he's got it double now, so it's even tougher for him. But even all that said, I'm going to say, Jimbo, it just feels like McVay is going to chase another option somewhere. There's just been too much smoke about that with him.
Yeah, I don't know what that option would be, though.
I mean, he's a guy that told his staff at one point this year, "Go get another job. I can't swear I'm coming back." I mean, when you've gotten to that point already in your life, you eventually get back to that point.
No, I get it. But if that other option is going to be in football, it's going to be in broadcasting.
Right.
Because you guys got to admit, I mean, the Rams aren't afraid to spin. You've got a great venue.
I don't know how great he'd be in broadcasting. His voice is kind of annoying.
Yeah, but you could see him stepping away and then coming back someday, maybe even with the Rams again someday.
It's not as bad as Chris Collinsworth, is it?
I guess not. I don't know.
Third down.
It's not as bad as Patrick Mahomes.
That was third down, wasn't it? No, it
was second.
More receiving yards this year, Evan Stewart or John Mechie coming back with the Texans?
I just don't know what Mechie is yet in the NFL. And I don't know what he's going to be like coming back after beating cancer. Which has to take a toll on your body.
I don't think he's going to be.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt.
I think Robert Woods will be their number one option.
Yeah.
But I think Mechie's going to be right there.
Well, I mean, the Mechie before this, but I mean, chemo or any of that stuff you do to beat cancer, you only have to lose a half a step to not be effective in the National Football League.
And what are they going to be at quarterback?
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, if he averages 70 yards a game, I mean, that's, over 1,000 yards, which I could easily see Mechie do this year. But I'm going to go Evan Stewart. I think Evan Stewart's going to be really, really, really good his sophomore year.
Yeah, I think he is a given. And Mechie, I just don't know what he's going to be coming off beating cancer, and I'm glad he did it, and I hope he's fantastic. I hope he blows Evan Stewart out of the water, and he, catches 2,000 yards receiving. But I just don't know what he's going to be. I mean, just a little half step.
Yeah, you lose half step in the NFL, no doubt.
It's a game over at that point. And I don't know how good, how was he speed-wise compared to the NFL anyway?
No, he's more of what you would consider a slot guy.
Yeah.
But he's that guy that always finds a way to kind of slide around, slither, and get open. Michael over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Mechie was an average receiver at Bama. I disagree. I think Mechie was better than average.
I think he gets labeled as a possession receiver. I mean, he didn't have that take the top off a defense type of speed that you saw with some of those other guys.
Boy, they could have used him last year.
Oh, there's no doubt.
The problem is all these receivers get, you compare them to a great list of 7 or 8 outstanding receivers at Alabama.
Yeah. better known as the NFL.
Well, and you had,
and that's where Mechie is.
Right. But you had Ruggs, Waddle, Judy, Jamison Williams. All those guys could take the top off of defense. That wasn't Mechie's game. He was never going to do that for you. So I think a lot of times in receiving terms, we get enamored with that guy. And we lose the value of what a John Mechie does for you in the past game.
And boy, he loved an interview here on the next round.
Fourth down.
So, two big birthdays in the sporting world. Mike Tyson, 57 years old today. Michael Phelps, 38.
Ooh, boy.
If I asked you better career, Michael Phelps or Mike Tyson?
It is Phelps.
I would agree with Jim. I think Phelps is undeniably the best of all time. And you can't say the same about Tyson.
So you're talking about best swimmer / Olympian?
I'd say both, yeah. Swimmer and Olympian.
I mean, he did it for a longer period of time. He had greatness for a longer period of time, but I think he goes down as the greatest swimmer ever.
I'd even go greatest Olympian ever.
In the conversation for sure.
Yeah.
But greatest swimmer ever.
Yeah.
And Tyson was greatest boxer on the planet for a brief moment, but it didn't last as long as it should because of personal reasons. So Michael Phelps.
I would lean Tyson. I get what you guys are saying. In Tyson, it was only 3 years, but he was the most feared man on the planet.
For 3 years.
And he's still an iconic guy.
Yeah, Michael Phelps was the most feared guy in the pool for 3 or 4 Olympics.
I think it was 4.
Yeah, but
so
again,
12 years.
being feared in the pool and being feared in the ring are different things.
Well, they are, but you compare
you're
the
asking
two.
the question.
Yeah.
You're asking us to compare the two.
No, right, but that's why I'm saying that I believe Mike Tyson. And by the way, you used the airport thing, walking through an airport. I mean,
Michael Phelps is pretty recognizable.
I know, but everyone, almost 99% of people are going to recognize Mike Tyson.
Yeah. I mean, when you get a tattoo on your face, that generally happens.
Well,
yeah. That's our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice.
4 great locations created by the Bajalia brothers. Get in, see them, tell them the next round sent you for lunch or dinner. You're going to absolutely love it. Local pizza, local ingredients, 4 locations. And for more information, slicebirmingham.com.
I was reading today on CBSSports.com, Trent Dilfer, head coach at UAB, thinks when we expand the playoffs next year, and I think people forget this sometimes, that the way it's constructed, there is an automatic playoff bid for a group of 5 team, the highest rated group of 5 team. Every year, it's automatic.
That's right.
And he thinks the American, UAB's new conference that they officially become a part of tomorrow, is best suited to always get that spot. He says it's almost an automatic bid for the AAC champion.
I wouldn't go that far, but I would say, I would agree with him that I think the American would potentially get it more than any other conference.
And see, I thought so too when you had Cincinnati, who has gotten in there from the American. When you had UCF, when you Tulane would have gotten it last year if we were expanded. But as we move forward, the new AAC or the Mountain West.
That was the other one I thought about was the Mountain West.
Boys, it would have been there multiple years.
Multiple times.
They would have been, yes.
Probably 4 or 5 different times. I think you start to look at the Sun Belt, which we talked about yesterday.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Sun Belt. Trent's not short on confidence.
He's not. I would give him that.
He is a walking headline quote. Yes.
You know, used to, though, and here's how it's different now, though, to your point. Like, Cincinnati had to thread this needle. They played Notre Dame and Indiana. That was their 2 Power 5 games. So here's what Cincinnati had to do to get in the 14 playoff. They had to beat both those teams, and then they needed at least Notre Dame to be really good so that win had value.
And
right?
it happened.
Then once they did that, they probably needed some ranked teams within their conference, and then you got to beat all those. And that almost is what tripped them up, if you remember. Wasn't it Tulsa that had like a goal line stand?
Weird fumbles in the end
zone. I mean, they almost lost that game to Tulsa.
Yeah, it was the night LSU almost beat Bama in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have it. Everything had to fall right. And to Trent's point, that doesn't have to happen anymore. Everything doesn't have to fall right.
Because you just have to be the highest rated group of 5 team. But and I agree with him. Before the Big 12 acquisition and the new AAC, that looked to be the premier conference, slightly ahead of the Mountain West and ahead of the Sun Belt. Moving forward, I don't know if that'll be the case. This year, though, it works out good for him to back up his statement because UTSA may be that team good enough to get a great out-of-conference win, maybe at Tennessee or wherever else. But but also to be the highest rated team be in his conference, because I would take UTSA over anybody in the Mountain West this year and anybody in the Sun Belt. I would take that UTSA team. So that does back up what Dilfer is saying.
No, I would agree with that. And look, I think the Sun Belt does have an opportunity down the road, the Mountain West, depending on what you do with the likes of teams like San Diego State and Boise State. The only two conferences that I think never have a shot at this are now CUSA and the MAC. I can't foresee one of those teams coming out and being a New Year's Six.
Yeah, I almost wish so that my problem with the Sun Belt is that I think it's going to be so deep they can hurt themselves in the national rankings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which again helps Trent's conversation, because UTSA or the American champion may not have the same depth they're playing in the AAC that could help them in the rankings.
Well, they could be a 10-2 team, but if it's a respected 10-2, they're going to be in front. Yeah.
But the Sun Belt may be so balanced that they're beating each other up a little bit. The App States, the Troys and the Louisianas, the Marshalls of the world. It's just I almost wish you almost had championship Saturday was like Sun Belt champion versus American champion, or Sun Belt champion versus Mountain West.
Play-in game?
Somehow you play your way into that automatic Group of 5 bid.
That would be fun. They wouldn't want that because they run the risk of being the highest-ranked Group 5 team going into championship Saturday and maybe catching an easy conference championship game.
And I know that sounds very Dayton-like, but that's a lot more interesting to me than, say, the Sun Belt championship game or the AAC championship game. If you're playing for a spot in the playoffs, when a lot of other teams could be doing the same thing with that automatic bid. Just an interesting thought there from Trent Dilfer. J.J. Watt announced something yesterday. Rockstar Cut 2. J.J. Watt made a announcement yesterday about his new job, and he's trying to be funny.
Okay.
Which, as I've learned, not always easy on our show.
Hard to do on demand, yeah.
If you're not funny, you're not funny.
We've done that to Rockstar. He's the funniest guy on the show, but when we say, Rockstar, be funny for us, I mean, that's a hard request.
Very true.
Very true. It is. Like
Here is J.J. Watt making his new job announcement yesterday.
Quick bit of news for you on a Thursday morning. I just got a job at CVS.
Yep. So that's his announcement on social media. And then shortly afterwards, like 3 minutes later, he comes back on social media with this.
A little pro tip out there for anybody starting a new job. Don't screw up the announcement. It's not a good way to start your first day on the job, especially if that job is at a global network with millions and millions of viewers, hundreds of Emmys. You just want to start off on a better foot. I will be working at CBS this fall. He was on the hat the whole time. I really should have known. But I am extremely excited to be joining JB, Coach, Boomer, Phil, and Nate. Talk a little NFL this fall, talk a little life, have a global platform to make fun of my brothers on. It really is a great opportunity. I'm very much looking forward to it. Very much looking forward to talking NFL with all you fans this fall and hopefully giving you some knowledge, giving you a little experience, and maybe some laughs along the way. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to join CBS. Let's have ourselves some fun.
Yeah, perfect landing spot for him. That is the worst pregame show of any.
You're saying he could be the comedy
now, you
relief?
do believe it was a joke, right? He didn't intentionally mess up CVS.
CVS?
So dumb.
CVS. That was a very done away corny moment there from J.J. Watt, who was fantastic. All right, some more of your stuff rolling through the Vulcan Tire and Automotive about landmark locations. Brown, I'll let you look through that when we come back, and
sure.
you tell
Got a bunch of
me.
them.
You tell me, are they missing? Because some of these I didn't know had closed down.
Do you guys have one
are
in
they
particular
just giving
for
us
y'all?
landmarks, or are they giving us landmarks that have closed down? Or we'll sort of sift through that. Quick break here, though. Show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. A wonderful place for your son or daughter to go to school. Schedule an in-person tour. Find out how wonderful the campus is, the academics, the tuition price point, all that great stuff that you get right there at Montevallo. Montevallo.edu, 23 fully funded Division II NCAA scholarship sports. It's montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Chris Mortensen joins us at the top of the hour to talk a little NFL football with us. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. You've been working all week. Can't even imagine how hot it would be on one of these roofs. Cleaning the dirty gutters, it's dangerous. Cap it, don't snap it. Call Chris Stewart today. Absolutely free estimate, lifetime warranty. 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Stallions and Maulers Saturday night NBC for the USFL Championship. So remember, it's on NBC this year, Fox last year. Stallions and Maulers in Canton, where they'll play. Our interview with Jay Sternberger yesterday. The NASCAR race through Chicago, the streets of Chicago, Sunday at 4:30, also on NBC. Kyrie and LeBron back together next year. You think it's possible?
It is possible. It is possible, whether or not the Lakers want to pick up that contract, because you're talking about a max guy. Obviously, LeBron is due $50 million. Anthony Davis is getting close to that. Then you throw Kyrie into the mix. That's a lot of money tied up. And, there's a reason that Kyrie has been bouncing around the league. He does have the one championship with LeBron, but he just, him and James Harden, if you can't stick with the team, if you're going, 3 or 4 teams within 3 or 4 years, something's wrong.
Harden's not back with Philly. They parted ways last night, so he's looking for a landing spot. How often do you have to wind that? LT's winding a lot. If you're listening to us, Like,
No, it's an automatic watch, so it's pulse based.
but are you winding it or setting something?
No, I'm setting the time.
Okay.
I haven't worn it in a couple of days.
Well, I didn't know.
we need to check your pulse.
I didn't know if you had to wind the watch. I had not seen a wind watch in a long time.
Yeah.
So it is. It's a pulse.
Yeah, it's all the pulse.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called an automatic watch. Now, there's a lot of people that have like good watch collections where they have the automatic where you can just put your watch on it, so it keeps the time always going.
But in the old days, didn't we have to like wind a watch to keep it?
Yeah.
Like, how often did you? Because I don't think I ever had a good watch. How often would you have to wind the watch back in the day? Do you know? Was that before your time too?
No, so mine needs to be serviced. I'm just embarrassed to tell you what it entails, because I've had it serviced once before.
Yeah.
You have to ship it off for 6 weeks. I mean, it's a big to do.
Yeah, but by a pulse watch, and again, I'm sorry for my ignorance.
No.
You don't have to wind it. You were just resetting the time, is what you were doing.
No, you do have to wind it if you have it off for it depends on.
Like if you wore it every day, you would not have to wind it.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But if you take a couple of days off, then it will stop, and then you've got to rewind it and get it back on pulse.
Get it going again.
Yeah.
Mine's solar powered.
So yours is by sunlight.
Yeah. Or any light.
Yeah, David's right. I mean, I've got a Rolex and I've got an Omega, and both are automatic.
But if you don't wear them, you have to get them reset, and then you start wearing them, and it gets going, right?
Yeah, like I haven't worn the Omega in years, and I don't know why, but yeah.
Like my grandfather would have the one that was on the chain on the belt that would go in his pocket.
Pocket watch.
And he'd pull
Pocket
it out.
watch?
Yeah.
That's old
And he
school.
would pull it out, but he had to.
Did it flip open?
I can't remember if it did or not, but he had to wind it, I guess.
Yeah.
The old watch, and I remember him pulling it out and winding it sometimes. But you were going so many times. I thought you were winding the watch, but you were setting the time.
No, but you know, watches. I mean, obviously, a lot of people wear the Apple Watch, and
Right.
that's not even really a watch. It does so many different things.
It's a computer on your arm.
Yeah.
It's
But I
Jetsons.
thought the watch was kind of a dying thing because everybody has their cell phones.
It was for a while. There was a moment in time that I think the kids were not wearing watches. Why do I need a watch? I get my time on my phone. But I think they came back.
Yeah,
I just feel kind of naked without mine on. I don't know how often I even look at it.
Yeah, I do it just to keep up with my tan line.
See, I wish
Just to see how much, sun I'm getting.
Summer.
Yeah.
like if I had like just endless amounts of money, I would have a really cool watch collection.
Would you really?
Yeah, I love watches.
Do you now?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So if you were collecting one thing, it would be watches?
Oh, that would be one of the. It'd probably be shoes and watches.
Well, you do a pretty good job on shoes already.
Yeah,
don't you?
watches are just too expensive.
Rockstar, do you wear a watch? Oh yeah, your Apple
do.
Watch, don't you?
Yeah.
You see, I've
Flip vinyl.
got an Apple Watch I haven't worn in more than a year.
So you go right arm for yours.
He's
right?
a lefty.
Depending on your left-handed.
So you write left-handed, so you put it in your right hand. Okay.
I got the one watch. That's all I got, man. I just go with it every day. It matches everything, I assume.
I've got two. This one and an old Swiss Army watch given to me by Gene Stallings.
Really? As a thank you for coverage?
The day he announced his retirement, shortly after that, to the Bright Star. Some people have mentioned the Bright Star over in the chat room. He had some of the media I think he liked, or maybe it was all the media, but in my head it was the media he liked.
Was Carly there?
I can't remember, but we had a luncheon, and it was a gift. I hope everybody got one. It was a gift from Gene Stallings, a Swiss Army watch.
That?
Yeah.
So,
And a nice little note. Thank you.
I'd say I knew you had a relationship with Shula. I didn't realize you had one with Stallings.
Well,
Coach, I appreciate the watch. Your offense has made games seem like they last forever.
Thanks for the watch. I wish you were better at time management.
Boy,
Thought I'd be getting this gift from Les Miles in the future.
In hindsight, that offense was hard to watch.
We were talking about Christopher Nolan and Oppenheimer that's coming out, and everything really is time-based when it comes to his movies. Wonder what type of watch he wears.
Who, Christopher Nolan?
Yeah.
There's no telling.
He's
watch.
He's fascinated with time.
Yeah.
I had a Swatch not long ago because we were in Vegas. It's probably 7 years ago, and there in our hotel there was a Swatch store, so I bought all the kids a Swatch, and I went on and got myself one just for
were they rubbery?
The nostalgia. Yeah,
Saw them back in the day, and they had the Swatch guard. You remember that, Rockstar? You'd put on it, and it kept you from banging.
Some girls would
kept
wear
from banging
3
the
swatches at the same time.
Yeah.
The rich girls.
The fast girls.
The fast girls, yes. But Swatches come back a little bit. It's just not great quality. Like a Swatch will last you about a year, and then it's Out.
Out.
DC is asking, did anything new ever move into that Superior Grill building? No, not yet. That's how we got into the conversation 1 year ago. It was shutting down in July. Some other great
weeds.
Weeds have moved in. Yes,
wild animals.
Some other great landmarks are rolling in. Brown, have you been able to figure out?
Jim.
Are people are these shut down? Because I've seen Twix and Tween in the
I
chat
saw
room.
that. Yeah, so Brandon said Twix and Tween in Centerville. Great name because it was between Centerville and Brent. So the old Twix and Tween.
I've never heard of it. Do you guys have a certain spot
I do.
though?
I would used to go Twix and Tween, known for its barbecue, and my friends the Perkins used to get a to-go order dinner barbecue. But I remember Twix and Tween Fraternity Brothers. We would go there for breakfast. I think they had a good breakfast there.
The old Twix and Tween.
But has that shut down?
I couldn't tell you, man. I'm just going by what people are saying in the chat.
Like I did not know that had shut down.
Like so, RTD4 said City Cafe in Tuscaloosa.
It shut down.
That's what he said. I
think they're confused. I think maybe I set it up bad. I think they're saying things they don't think ever will shut down.
See, I think a great breakfast place here that shut down was Bogues, right by Highland Golf Course.
Boy, I used to like Bogues.
That was a good place.
I used to go there with Bobby Bowden. He would come in every summer, and he would invite. This is back when I was producing Herb and Ray, Herb Winches and Ray Mellick, and he would invite us down to meet him for breakfast on just a random day, and it would always be at Bogues. And me and Herb and Ray would go sit and have breakfast with Coach Bowden.
It's pretty awesome.
That was really cool, and he was great. I mean, he just sit there and talk to us, tell stories.
You could put on some pounds at Bogues, man.
You could, buddy.
I actually had a random breakfast date at Bogues.
Date?
Like a date?
Yeah.
Well, breakfast date.
Yeah. I mean, it extended.
It
went from Bogues and
you went somewhere for brunch, so to speak.
Yeah, and then lunch, and lunch
Dinner?
turned into dinner.
Wow, how about that?
Long date.
You were drama on the beach in Cairns if you ever watch Entourage.
Richard says Hogan's. You used to go to Hogan's, didn't you? Back in the
Oh
day?
boy, to me it was a bad night if you ended up at Hogan's.
Hogan's Hideaway?
Razzmatazz was the band that played. It was almost like having the animatronic band at Chuck E. Cheese. I don't think those guys left.
Was
I
that
think
Hogan's?
they stayed there.
Hogan's Hideaway, was it 280?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's the night I went skinny dipping at the pool up the street. That I didn't live in that apartment complex, but some old girl.
What did the bar rat look like? You pull a bar rat out of Hogan's.
Yeah.
They'd be like they got beat with a stick.
Well, I think she was a friend of my my buddy who used to work with baggage at Southwest Airlines.
So she was a baggage claim girl?
I think she
Or
worked.
TSA?
She worked for Southwest. I don't think they had TSA in the early '90s. LT. You just boarded the plane.
Yeah.
You crushed out your cigarette and walked to the plane. You crashed out the cigarette, wound your watch, and walked to the plane.
I'll never forget. We were in there. Brett's Pawn Shop, our softball team. Ian was on it, and a lot of these guys.
In Hogan's?
They'll remember that. Yeah, this random chick came up to me and started talking to me, and she wanted to do a body shot off of my stomach. This is before a softball game, so this is like 6 in the
So you're just
evening.
pregame.
It would be really weird though if it was after wanting that salt mix.
Well, at least she would have had a little more liquor in her, right?
Yeah. Liquor, I get it.
Yeah.
Wanted to lick you.
Yeah. So did we go through with that?
No.
Lunch says
sounds like the ex-wife was there.
Lunch says Brookwood Mall. And I went lunch, man. There was something magical as a kid about going to the indoor mall, which those are just a dying breed. I mean, worldwide, they're a dying breed. It's not just, Brookwood or Eastwood or, Century Plaza. But all those malls when I was a kid, that was just magical around Christmas. Your parents would bring you over.
And I'll tell you, when I really started to think back, and Lunsford probably will agree, I think it was season 3 of Stranger Things when they spent a lot of time in the mall. And, they recreated that mall over in Georgia that looked just like an 80s mall with all of the different department stores. And we would get dropped off on a Friday night. We would have one set of parents that would drop off and one would pick up. And they always fought over which, because I guess they wanted to drink.
That's right.
And they wanted to, once they settled in.
We'll do the drop off.
Yeah. But we would get dropped off and we would stay, from 6 o'clock till close. And man, it was so much fun.
Yeah, that's what you said. We're going to the mall. Oh, what are you going for? We're just going
to
the
the
mall.
mall.
That's
Yeah.
it. Because you socialized. You walked around. You talked. You ate.
And I remember
drank.
at Christmas, you take a friend or whatever, my brother and my parents would say, hey, meet us at the carousel or meet us at outside Rich's or whatever at 8:30.
Yeah.
Whatever the time was. And you were on your own.
We had a routine.
Meet us at the Roasted Nuts kiosk.
I would go look at clothes I couldn't buy at Rich's. I would go to Aladdin's Castle Anthony Smiley used to be the manager, played at Alabama, played in Bear Bryant's last game. UPS driver now, I think. But he was the manager, good guy. So we'd go to Aladdin's Castle. Then
Sounds like Lance got a hookup at Aladdin's Castle.
I did. We would either
tokens?
eat at. I did. We would either eat at
What'd she look
Chick-fil-A.
like?
No, Anthony Smiley.
Oh, okay.
I just befriended the guy. He was a really cool dude. So we'd eat at Chick-fil-A or Sbarro.
And that was for you kids out there, that was the only Chick-fil-A you ever got. That was pre-freestanding Chick-fil-A's.
Yeah, had to be in the malls.
You only got it at the mall.
And then I would go to Music Land and I'd buy a couple of singles.
Rockstar, were you more Sbarro or Chick-fil-A?
Sbarro, because they had that huge, the massive slices of pizza, and you dine in, man. You don't go to the food court. You dine in Sbarro.
You did.
With the Italian cuisine.
And those things were huge, and you'd be like, Johnny ate 2 slices of Sbarro.
And I remember they always had the one where it was like baked on top of it.
With
like,
bacon bits.
Yeah.
And then the Euro place was incredible. And then you'd walk back past the Briary and get that tobacco smell.
Briary?
But Orange Julius was in rotation, too.
Yeah.
And then I think they put a Sneaky Pete's in there for a minute.
Yep. They had like a hibachi kind of place.
Stacy says, I still have some Aladdin Castle tokens. Stacy, much like the All-Star ballot, you got to send us a picture.
That's right.
Whenever you get them,
Photos.com.
send us a picture.
Yeah, and
Jim at nextroundlive.com or tweet it at us.
Don't think you're going to be able to use those again.
No. But still.
Like
I've got a $5 chip, 2 of them I use occasionally on the putting surface to mark my ball from the Monte Carlo, which has now shut down in Vegas.
I had a random dream about Aladdin's Castle a couple of months ago.
A lot of people in the chat room, in the Volkswagen and Automotive chat room, talking about Quincy's. And I do remember as a kid.
Every time we do this, somebody says there's still one open somewhere.
There probably is, but a lot of the ones around here are closed. As a kid, after church on Sundays, Quincy's, man, was popping. That place, you couldn't stir them with a stick in Quincy's, Lance.
And I remember it being popular, and everybody talked about the yeast rolls. I don't know if I ever went to a Quincy's.
Did you not?
Yeah,
you missed out on a classic Southern meal.
I know I went to a Shoney's.
Yeah, I like Shoney's too.
Steven says, I worked at the Barney's in Brookwood Mall. Laura said, I used to work at Ruby Tuesdays, put me through college.
Barney's was where I developed my fondness for the smell of coffee. You'd go in the Galleria or Brookwood, and that Barney's smell would just be floating out into the food court.
I thought you were going to say your Barney's reading. My love for reading. I did a couple of
the
Joe.
Wall Street Journal.
This is going to shock you guys, but I love the Ruby Tuesdays in the Galleria because, like during Christmas, you could go in there and you could have a couple of cocktails, have a little break. It was very festive.
Salad bar.
God, I need a break.
This Christmas crap's wearing me out.
Nothing sounds like a holiday drink right there at Ruby Tuesdays. Laura, thank you for your service, putting up with Lance all those years throughout the holidays. A show brought to you by Harbin's. When we come back, we will show you one great mascot having a pretty good summer so far, and you'll hear something from Jimbo Fisher as we continue the conversation about Texas A&M, number 21 in our 40 and 40 countdown. But as we get to the heat of summer, I mean, triple digits again today, you need to start worrying about your landscaping. How good can it look with our friends at Harbin's?
Yeah, and again, if you're looking at installing a pool, these are the guys that need to do it. Harbin's Outdoors award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Call them today for all of your landscaping needs.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Chris Mortensen, the Mort Report, coming up at the top of the hour to talk a little NFL with us. I did not know this, or I had forgotten it, that Oklahoma State is moving to the air raid this year. Big change. Alan Bowman's going to be the quarterback. I knew that, but I didn't know they were going to the air raid. That's a big change for Mike Gundy here at this point in his career.
It is. You know, it always seems like they've had a wide open offense, though. You know, it's not nearly as shocking as Wisconsin going kind of air raid light with Phil Longo, because he's got a lot of those concepts.
No, it's not as shocking as that. You're right.
Yeah, their offensive coordinator is Casey Dunn, and I'm trying to remember.
Great baseball coach.
Oh, he was. Hell of a baseball coach.
Yeah. Casey Dunn, I mean, he's been there with them for quite a while. I'm trying to remember. He had a local connection of some sort. I'm trying to remember. And it's not that I'm confusing him with the actual Casey Dunn that's the baseball coach around here.
Munkin was there forever ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this guy's been on staff for a while, but he is technically the offensive coordinator. The quarterback's coach, and I know people remember this name, and I don't guess I realized he had climbed the ladder this much in coaching, is Tim Rattay. You remember the old Louisiana Tech quarterback?
Yeah. Alabama fans know him well,
That's right. That's their quarterback's coach.
And they ran a little bit of the air raid, didn't they, back then? Or
they threw it a lot.
Oh, yeah. I think for a minute, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, I think they had an NCAA record of quarterback to receiver, Tim Rattay to Troy Edwards for most touchdowns.
I think you're right. They almost rewrote the record book. Yeah.
Bruce Feldman with the story, Oklahoma State making a big offensive change as they go to the air raid with quarterback Alan Bowman, who got a master's in how to play under center from Michigan and is primed to be one heck of a comeback story. That from Bruce Feldman today at The Athletic. If you want to bet a little baseball this weekend, mybookie.ag.
You can do it right there. Mybookie.ag. Code next round, in fact, gets you that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 when you go to mybookie.ag. Don't forget to use code next round to get that sign-on bonus. All the Major League Baseball, some football futures. We're about to talk some NFL with Chris Mortensen. So you may hear something there and you're like, I think that team's going to be pretty good. Football future. They're not going to be very good. You play it right there at mybookie.ag. College football, if you agree with Lance, the Texas A&M is on the come up. What is their official Vegas win total?
I haven't seen it. I would say 8.5.
8.5, so you would go over on that.
I would.
You'd go over. Maybe you'd think A&M, team number 21 today, no good. You'd go under. All of that right there at mybookie.ag. It's simple. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, and do not forget code next round to get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 at mybookie.ag.
Sanford football had a great run in the playoffs last year to the semifinals. Their live Bulldog mascot is Buxley. If you're not familiar with Buxley, here's how Buxley is enjoying the heat wave in Birmingham. Listen to that sound.
Oh, God, I love watermelon.
Not as much as you drool as much as Buxley.
I had some really good watermelon recently.
Oh, did you?
Dunaway, have you ever done the Redmont vodka in watermelon?
In the watermelon, like you
put the syringe.
it?
Yeah.
No.
Boy,
have
Buxley loves
If
watermelon.
you want to come by Tuesday, I'll have some Redmont vodka
Bet you
infused
will.
watermelon.
I don't like the way it disintegrates the watermelon in the center of it all. I'd rather just get a good old, watermelon flavored vodka drink.
So I'll tell you this: we're getting.
Do you know anybody can mix us a good one of those?
I'll tell you this, and I didn't want to be a hassle, but we have Taco Mama. We're getting it catered in at the end of the show, a little Friday 4th of July party for us, and their margaritas. I do a watermelon now, which is fantastic. It's seasonal. But I do the spicy watermelon, so they put the jalapeno in it.
Oh, yeah, I've had that.
With the spice around the glass.
Oh, I didn't know they would do that.
Yeah,
fantastic. Jimbo Fisher, you mentioned this earlier. Cut one rock star. Jimbo Fisher. Before we talk NFL with Mort, Texas A&M is our team today at number 21. We talked to Billy Luicci earlier about that. LT also in the first segment broke down a lot of Texas A&M, and he pointed out that the Aggies lost a lot of one-possession games last year, and Jimbo talked about how they really need to get better at that.
I just think we got to stay toughness. I mean, and I mean this not from, I'm not calling them we aren't tough, but I mean grinding through a lot of little things that will allow us, because in this league, every game you saw, even last year, 5-7, we were one play from winning all the games. You know what I'm saying? You're one play in all those games. I mean, learning to find that mental toughness, and I think we have to do that in a unity, and that's from having a chip on your shoulder and pushing through things. And I think the skill levels of being disciplined, the attention to detail from everything you do as a player is going to make a difference. And then these guys want to, and they will. And as you get older, and there's going to be, and these young guys, even though we're an experienced team, like say we have 80-some% of our production back. I mean, we didn't lose anybody that played. You know what I'm saying? So, but understanding the difference of playing and getting production and playing at a championship level, and it's close, but all those little details and all those little things and making sure we understand them, and they hold each other accountable, not me, not the coaches, but they hold each other accountable for all those little things that happen, and I think it will.
Alabama, same situation. Yeah. Their two losses were you make one play and you don't lose any games.
You do, and I understand, and I'm as guilty of talking about this as anybody. I've done it with Texas recently about how many one-possession games they lost. But if you're not Alabama when they were dominant, or Georgia right now when they've dominated, if you're a middle-of-the-pack team or a good team, how many one-possession games do you play? A lot of them.
A lot.
So, when people use that, say, boy, they were in a ton of one-possession games. So, yeah, everybody is. What makes you a good team or a bad team is what you do in those games.
And like with Alabama last year, they won some of those one-possession games, like at Texas
A&M.
Yeah, you don't always Texas A&M, right?
Yeah.
You don't always lose the one-possession.
That's right.
game, right?
Ole Miss was technically, that was a one-possession game. Alabama won that game, but then they lost. If Alabama wins their one-possession games, they play for another national championship.
80% of that production's back. A-Chain ain't back.
Yeah.
A-Chain was
big
legit.
loss.
He was big, but you get Anais Smith back, and he missed some time off and on with injuries last year. And you get a quarterback back, and now you get a little Bobby Petrino twist to that offense. Interesting team in Texas A&M. We'll crank back up our 40 and 40 countdown with team number 20, move to the top 20 next Wednesday. So there'll be no teams on Monday and Tuesday. No live show Monday or Tuesday. Hemphill brought us part of this hour. We appreciate them so much. Chris Mortensen coming up on the other side. Tell us about our friends at Hemphill.
Well, the heat is out. Are we hitting 100 today? Do you guys know?
We are.
101, I think it's going to be on the golf course.
Hey, me and Dunaway, we're going to push through though and play, man.
Well, I got out and
we're doing it for you.
I've told you my pool, for whatever reason, I've only got sun from 11 a.m. to about 4 p.m.
Doesn't matter with the heat dome. Everything's hot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So this morning, I went out. I had a morning swim. Pool temperature, 86. Felt great. Now, later
get a bar
today,
of soap and just take a bath in that water?
I thought about it. Later today is going to be a little more difficult because the temp probably will be 89 or 90. Anyway, you don't want that temperature in your house.
No, 89 or 90, man. You might as well throw some carrots and potato in there and just make a stew.
We've poured bags of ice in it before. Hemphill Services, they're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers. plus free 10-year labor warranty. When you mention the Next Round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows, she may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Crazy time in the NFL, checking to see if one of your favorite players is missing games because of gambling. Cam Robinson, a former offensive lineman, is out 4 games for violating the PED policy with the Jaguars there. A lot more NFL news with our man Chris Mortensen now, Brownie.
We always love talking to Chris, and I just cut him off, Rockstar. If you will please tell Chris that I hit the wrong button. That is 1,000% on me, Rockstar.
While we
My
get him
apologies.
back, while we get him back, LT, tell us about, I'll go ahead and tell you about our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken. They bring you this hour. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew there, ready to take care of you this holiday weekend. Maybe you get tired of a little barbecue pork. Get some of that great southern fried chicken. Party party trays, and a lot more. There's John Willard on the right, his wife, Lauren. They went there pre-pregnancy, pre-birth of their baby. Not pre-pregnancy, maybe they went there too.
I'm sure.
They're about to have their first baby, and she was craving some of the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. So they went by there and picked some of those up. Great couple there. New baby on the way. Champy's Chicken, a family location, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Mort, my apologies. This is why we have the preseason. I hit the wrong button and cut you off. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, usually I only have people hang up on me where I've said something worthy of being hung up on.
I know. I didn't even get a chance to
get
talk.
a word out.
Chris Mortensen is with us from ESPN. You follow him on Twitter at Mort Report. I am just surprised, and maybe I shouldn't be, Mort, but I'm just surprised the NFL that players are still gambling in the NFL. And I know these are violations that have happened, a year or so ago, but after having seen what happened to Calvin Ridley, I can't believe a single NFL player would ever place another bet on the NFL or from the facility again.
Well, exactly, and it the NFL's gone on the offensive in terms of explaining their position that they haven't been lax in educating players, even though a lot of evidence points to the fact that the NFL had been lax in educating players about the do's and don'ts in terms of gambling. And now, listen, forever, even before the NFL became business partners with some of these sports books and casinos and FanDuel, whatever they are, which the players benefit from because they get a portion of the revenues. By the way, has always been a don't gamble thing. I mean, we all remember. Well, if you're old enough, two of the biggest stars in the game, Paul Hornung in the '60s, and Alex Karras of the Lions. Hornung was with the Packers, as you know, were suspended for a year for gambling. So gambling's always been, there's signs in the locker room, don't gamble. But as we've gotten so advanced, not just in this partnership with these various agencies, the advancement of smartphones, which were made for dumb people like me, has made it very easy, very accessible, and that's where these players, find their temptation. It's like that old thing Herm Edwards used to say about don't push send. In other words, he was talking about tweet send. But it's the same thing. Is that you might you download an app. It's a gambling app. You see something that you want to gamble on, and the temptation overcomes you. And now, listen, here's the thing. It's just a basic rule that all players surely can understand. You don't bet on the NFL for any reason. And by the way, these bets are easily traceable with the apps and otherwise. So it's just like this. The main message to the NFL players: don't bet on the NFL. I was shocked to hear that one of the Colts players, who has since been cut by the Colts, a good player, reportedly bet on an over/under and how many how many rushes they would have as an offense. Well, now that one really bothers me because that's direct. He's there at practice every day. He's got some familiarity with the game plan, and that should bother people. It really should. We can call them hypocrites all we want, but the other thing is just need clarity on, like, if you wanted to bet on it. Let's say an NFL player wanted to bet on an NBA game. I mean, if he was in his car in the parking lot at the team facility, he can't do that. That's being at the team facility, being in your car at the parking lot. If you're on the road, you're at the hotel, and you want to bet on a Major League Baseball game, World Series, you can't do it. That's being at the team hotel is part of the deal. So there's a crackdown, but I think the NFL's been negligent, and no matter what they say.
Hey, Mort, I am blown away Dalvin Cook doesn't have a home yet. I mean, this is a guy that played in all 17 games last year, had around 1,500 total yards, 10 touchdowns. He's not even 28 years old now. He can do it all from, the receptions out of the backfield to, to big, long, explosive plays. Why is Dalvin Cook having such a difficult time signing on with someone?
Listen, it's about money, and I always felt this running back salary issue was a problem when they changed the collective bargaining agreement in 2011. You had this new model everybody was excited about because it celebrated, the controlled wages for incoming college players. Everybody said that's great because they haven't proved themselves yet. Well, running backs, they got news for you. They come into the league ready to play, and they've already got tread on the tire from high school and college, and so they're coming in at a really reasonable salary for a running back. A lot of them aren't first round picks. In fact, and so therefore, by the time you get to your contract, your franchise tax, transition tax, it's kind of like your life. The tread on your tire is almost wearing off by their standards. Now, on Dalvin Cook, he went a couple of years where they wanted him to have a shoulder surgery, and he was missing time. Last year, as you mentioned, he played all those games, but there were times that they had to pull him from those games, and there was a minor surgery they wanted him to have more than a year ago that he just declined to have, which was his right. He finally had the surgery, and now that he's free, teams are reluctant because they kind of spent their money. They don't want to pay a running back $10 million. Now, to me, there's a way to figure this one out, right? And he has teams very interested in him, and you probably have read about most of them, including the Dolphins.
Listen, I know the NFC South, especially without Tom Brady, is a little lackluster. But the more I look at the upcoming season, there seems to be a lot to like in New Orleans. What do you think of that division, and what do you think of Carr's landing spot there in New Orleans and the team he'll be a part of?
I think it's going to be a very competitive division. Don't know what that means in terms of how it ranks with other divisions, because we're waiting to see how these other quarterbacks develop. I mean, in Atlanta, if Desmond Ridder takes that next step forward, like they're hoping, they're going to be really, really good. But we know Derek Carr is a proven quarterback. We know the Saints have talent. And so, yeah, they would be your pick right now. And then the Carolina Panthers have a really good team, and so much depends upon how Bryce Young comes along. And their veterans have been amazed by what they've seen and heard from Bryce Young, but the pads haven't been on. But, yeah, the Saints are a team that I think with Derek Carr, they would be the pick at this point. I think that some teams, like I just mentioned, especially with the Falcons, they got a lot of talent, and I think the coaching staff is really good. And so I think that division is going to surprise some people.
Chris Mortensen for a few more moments at Mort Report on Twitter. You see him on ESPN. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. There are a lot of people that feel like the marriage of Sean Payton and Russell Wilson will revive Russell Wilson from what he was last year. It wasn't all just coaching, though, Mort. I mean, we can't just pin that on coaching. How much can Payton revive Russell Wilson, in your opinion?
Well, I think he can because of his focus. Remember, Sean Payton is a student of Bill Parcells, so it's just going to be more physically tougher team, more demanding. And Sean's got a really bright offensive mind, so he values those things about running the football and playing to Russell's strength. And I think that was the problem is sometimes Russell didn't want to acknowledge that he needs a run game, and the play-action game was built for him. He's not just a drop-back guy and throw on rhythm, that type of thing. So Sean, and no longer will he have his own office on the second floor or wherever it was.
He lost his office.
And I do think Russell's legacy means something to him, especially after that disaster last year.
Mort, this is a homer question from me, but Sean McVay had his first losing season last year, and it was apparent when you lose guys like Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford. Now there's no expectation for this team because they did basically give away some big parts to get these contracts off the books. What is your expectation from the Rams if Matt Stafford and Cooper Kupp are 100%?
That they'll be the team that beats you on a Sunday when you assume it wouldn't happen. I mean, Sean's a heck of a coach. They have good players. They lost some star players. Jalen Ramsey, notable. Aaron Donald was coming back for a year, we forget. And as you mentioned, if Stafford's healthy and Cooper Kupp's going to stay healthy, that's going to be a good football team. I think they're a little bit dangerous. I do like Seattle. I do like the 49ers, obviously, even with their quarterback questions. And Arizona, I just don't think that's going forward this year very much. So I think the Rams are one of those teams that could come in and surprise people considering the low expectations. There's others that are saying, and they're going to Stafford, they're going to play for that top pick and see if they can get Caleb Williams. I don't think Sean McVay has the stomach for that. Okay, so I think that I think they'll be more competitive than you think. And why is that a homer question?
Oh, because I'm a big Rams fan.
Big.
Why is that?
More when I was 8, I picked all my teams and I went LA across the board. But like the Rams are like my next kid. I live and breathe by them. I annoy these guys because I talk about the Rams too much. I am a die-hard Rams fan. Absolutely love it. Going back to Vince Ferragamo when he took over for Pat Hayden, I was the Tony Banks days, Jim Everett. I mean, I've been through it all.
Well, I was born in L.A., not far from the Coliseum, in Inglewood, where they play. And all I can tell you is I date you back more than that. And I covered Vince Ferragamo when he was a high school quarterback at Banning High School. So,
wow.
Yeah,
I hear you.
And he played at Nebraska. Correct me if I'm wrong. And did he punt too?
I can't even remember. Yeah. And can't remember what I did yesterday.
He is Chris Mortensen. Mort, on a personal note, as we approach Independence Day weekend, people like yourself who served in the military are the backbone of this country and the reason we have days like Independence Day. So I hope you know how much we appreciate your service to our country and always coming on the show with us.
I appreciate everybody and love you guys. And I spent some time yesterday watching stuff on George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Very interesting stuff.
Wow.
On that note, happy 4th of July to everybody.
You too, Mort. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the time. All right, that is Chris Mortensen with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Served in the Army, for those that don't know, during Vietnam. So,
how many stars did he get? He was a general, I'm sure, right?
Mort was not a general. I think.
He's such a nice guy. And I don't know if I ever told you guys, I was at a local steakhouse a couple of years ago, and he had just gotten done, and he came by the table just to say hello.
Yep, he is. He's a very nice guy. We've always had a good relationship with Mort.
Okay, tell us about Slice. We got trash in the next segment. I actually have. Since he brought up George Washington, I have 2 shower thoughts.
On George Washington?
Yeah, from somewhere else.
Oh, from somewhere else. Okay.
Yeah, I read this on one of my newsletters. For some reason, I have a newsletter today that for random reason had 5 shower thoughts, and I saved 2 of them, and one of them involved George Washington, so it ties in perfectly here. Tell us about Slice, and I'll give you these 2 shower thoughts.
The perfect lunch slice. You get that slice and a salad. You can get 2 slices. They've got different specialty pizzas they roll out different days of the week. Of course, you can order that full pizza on a good day. If I'm feeling hungry, I can knock out an entire sliced pizza myself.
100%.
Yeah. The Hot Mama, which
and
Dunaway
don't feel
loves.
bad about doing
Not
it.
at all.
I feel
Don't think
good about
twice.
doing it. Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's really not that difficult if you've got a big appetite. That's why I like going with a group of people and getting 3 or 4 of the different specialty pizzas and kind of sharing. A great place to take the entire family. It's great for date night. 4 locations: the original in Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. Local pizza, local ingredients. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
This is from one of the newsletters I get every day called The Hustle.
Okay,
don't add an extra letter on that one, or it's a totally different newsletter.
Did James Sr. get the one with the R, the hard R?
So you get Katie Couric's newsletter, the 1440 News.
The
I learned
1440
yesterday.
and the Hustle.
And the Hustler.
Yeah. which is why I've seen more entertaining this year than in past.
That's
'Cause
right.
Some
Yeah,
things
the
like
newsletters,
this. As we go to this Independence Weekend, Rockstar, tell me, you do the shower thoughts usually. Tell me how you feel about this one. Due to coin flips, George Washington still makes decisions to this day.
That is true, Rockstar.
Very true.
Yeah.
And an eagle.
But my favorite...
I took the eagle yesterday, by the way.
Yeah.
and
But my favorite
worked out
one,
for Fox.
and this is so me and a little bit of Rockstar, social anxiety is basically conspiracy theories about yourself. Social anxiety is basically conspiracy theories about yourself.
Yeah, so's paranoia.
Yeah, so like I'm
Which I
always
guess
like,
is part of it.
You know, Rockstar is out to get me. Blah 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 blah. He's mad at me. Da, da, da.
Did you guys have a falling out
It's just a
earlier?
bunch of social
I have no
anxiety.
idea. Yeah.
It's a conspiracy theories about myself. Nobody likes me or this and that. It's just
No, I think you worry about that with everybody up here.
Oh, 100%. But it's just conspiracy theories about myself.
Do you worry that little T doesn't like you?
Oh, I know she doesn't. Because I've got her daughter the same age, so now little T has become my sounding board on advice on how to parent.
Oh, God.
My daughter. I mean, it's a weird time as a parent. She's now 22. You know, she's a grown woman. And I was just asking another grown young woman, in this situation, what would you want your dad to do? Oftentimes, you know what Taylor says? I would want him to not do anything.
I would
to
want
not talk to me
I
about
would
it.
want my dad to get up and walk to the studio and get out of this lobby and quit bothering
Can you
me.
give us one example?
I cannot. But I can give you this. Also this is from the 1440 newsletter today, but Rockstar had already seen this. And you have too, Brownie. AI does everything, but AI was asked to give us images of what they think people from each state looks like. And by the way, I think for the state of Alabama, we ended up pretty good in this situation.
That's not bad.
We've got the birds. Is that not
Marty and Wendy?
Yeah.
This is what AI
Marty
says
Bird.
people from Alabama look like. Now, you're going to notice that most people do not look happy as we go through these other states. Rockstar, Alaska, I mean, this
Well,
is
why would you be happy
stereotypical.
in Alaska? Just put a coat on them.
They actually look happier than us. Arizona.
It's Billy Bob Thornton.
We just run through these. Who's
Oh,
that?
my
Arkansas.
gosh.
Arkansas.
I cannot move to Arkansas.
Hey, wait till you get to Kentucky, which is the one I
Got a
want
little
to.
Clay Travis in him.
It's old. It is old and battled Clay Travis.
Old Clay Travis.
Yeah.
California.
Okay. Yeah.
She's got her head tilted like a valley girl, by the way. Colorado.
Doesn't wash her hair. Get that.
Colorado.
Forrester nailed this one. That's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
He's got a hoodie. Probably
Yes.
smoked a doob.
Yeah.
That is Connecticut.
Woody Allen.
He's got a little Sankey in him.
It is
Yeah.
Woody Allen.
Little Sankey, yeah.
Delaware.
Steve Carell.
No, that's Steve Carell meets John Hamm.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. She's cute, by the way. Florida.
Florida. No.
Weathered.
That's Jeffrey Epstein.
Guys, yeah, it's true. Florida man.
Pierce Brosnan.
Florida man looks nothing like that. They completely missed on Florida.
Georgia. All right. Sad
Yeah.
Georgia girl.
Yeah.
Hawaii. I mean, stereotypical.
Yeah,
It's almost
Put
racist.
just put a lay on them.
Idaho. I mean, very pale,
Boy,
potato-looking woman.
I think we've used her twice.
She is surprised to be in Idaho.
The girl looks the same in every picture, by the way.
How close? Illinois.
No, they don't, Rex.
Yeah. How close do we get to Kentucky? Indiana.
Iowa, yeah, spot on.
Yeah, that's
Where's his pitchfork?
That's 3 yards in a cloud of dust
I mean,
right
imagine
there.
watching that offense.
Kansas, okay. He's going to pull out his Rand Manali. Here we go, Kentucky.
Oh
my.
wow.
That's the Natasha Leon girl.
Damn.
I mean,
Harlan County.
I mean, is Kentucky's export, according to AI, meth?
Wait, is that a brother-sister combo?
I don't know.
So
That's
is
what
everybody
they
in Kentucky
did.
have red hair?
They are definitely doing incestuous theme there.
Louisiana.
Hey, come on down, get some of this gumbo.
Who's that? I can't. Let me guess. Is that Maine?
Yep.
Maine, Maryland.
Oh, that's the guy from
This Is Us.
This Is Us.
This Is Us.
Stringer Bell.
Yeah.
Massachusetts.
Yeah.
What's it called? What's
Yeah,
this called?
UMass. Michigan.
See, the one I was talking about was this guy.
Oh, this is much better.
What is he like? Is he about to commit suicide? I mean, is he letting the truck run him over?
I am
warning
not
somebody.
getting out of this road.
The New York and then New Mexico. My God.
I've been to New Mexico.
Texas. Could it get more stereotypical than Texas?
Yeah,
Wow, how
just cans
big
of
is
beer.
that hat?
It's a 10-gallon hat.
My gosh.
Arizona. That's Arizona.
That's California.
I'm California.
Colorado.
Light one up, baby.
She's bigger than the trees now.
Now that's Florida.
Yeah, that's Florida man right there.
They got the jorts.
They got Florida much better.
Oregon, I agree with that.
Yeah, 100% Oregon.
Maine's so stereotypical.
So stereotypical, Sinky with a lobster on his
Utah,
head.
I agree with that.
Yep.
Tennessee, I agree with that.
Yeah, Tennessee's pretty good.
I always stand on the
Shooter
median.
Jennings.
New Jersey's more like that.
I've never been to Jersey. I don't really know.
I've been through it.
Me too. Indiana, racing, of course, the Indy 500.
That's an easy one.
Rhode Island, also handing a lobster. Wisconsin,
silly.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
Mississippi. Missouri, that looks miserable.
Oh, wow.
There's Alabama.
Oh, that's Alabama?
Yep.
Oh, they went little Leonard Skinner field?
I can't
about
really
right.
argue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that person.
I like how everybody says that's Jeff from Aniston.
Hey, it could be.
It could be.
We'll never know.
It could be. Hey, guys. All right. We've got trash coming up on the other side of the show, being brought to you today, in part, as always, by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy, but also by Dr. B. The guy, LT, no hat today, so you can just show off.
Look at that mane.
I mean, look at how good that hair looks
Blowing
today.
in the wind.
Do this for me. Yeah. Tell us about Dr. B.
Dr. B, hey, look, when I started to thin out, I started to ask around. Dr. Beckenstein is the guy that everyone said I needed to call. Again, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316, t3hair.net. Excited next week. I'm going in. Dr. B offering the Sensus Transdermal Infuser. I'm getting this done. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
All right, before we get to trash, Tough Dog Garage Floors, they changed the life of Ryan Brown. And one thing you'll hear here is that Brown's wife did most of the work other than the guys at Tough Dog.
That's generally my life.
So the Tough Dog guys and the Tough Wife took care of this for you, right?
Yeah, so listen, you've probably been in one of those garages that has the coated floor, and you're like, man, that just looks gorgeous. That must be astronomical to pay for. And you know, you probably can only do it in, you know, like industrial areas. It is not the case at all. You do it right there in your own home, and Tough Dog did it for me. Let me just kind of quickly walk you through, as Scott shows you some before and afters, quickly walk you through the process. Tough Dog comes out, they check your floor, because you've always got cracks probably in your basement or garage floor. They just make sure that's not foundational. Sometimes it's just superficial cracks, because they then come in and they sand it out and level it. They also test the moisture to make sure that you don't have a moisture issue. And the reason they do all this is they don't want their product to fail. And they know if there's cracks or moisture, it's going to fail. Their product will not fail. It's got a 15-year warranty on it, right? So they come in, they smooth it out with their sanders, and then they put down the coating and the flakes, which you've selected, the color of all of that to make it look the way you want it to look. And when they are done, you've got a garage floor that looks better than it ever has, that feels better under your feet than it ever has. It is anti-slip. In fact, it exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. One of the side effects I did not realize till they told me it would occur is the smell. It just changes the smell of your garage or your basement. They can also do this on pool surrounds to make them look better and not burn your feet up all the time in the summer. It will not crack and wear out like epoxy. It will not yellow in sunlight. It just looks amazing. It feels amazing. It smells amazing. Everything is great about it. I'm going to tell you how to get in touch with them. These are Birmingham guys. It's not some national company coming in trying to take your money. These are Birmingham guys, so they're going to treat you the right way. It's important to them. 205-947-3639. That is 205-947-3639. Or online, ToughDogGarageFloors.com. Jim, I get emotional about this. My garage means a lot to me.
Coach, we're just glad you're here.
ToughDogGarageFloors.com. That is TUFF, ToughDogGarageFloors.com.
Two things right before we get to trash here. Love it when our guests come in here and let us know information that are actually on my sheet to bring up today.
Which is?
Little guy walks in and says, Dad, do you know Indiana Jones's new movie is in the theater tonight? Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, the fifth in the genre, is out tonight.
I can't do it.
Lunsford probably saw it last week. I don't know.
Saw it last night.
You saw it last night. Indiana Jones, the Dial of Destiny. Good or not good?
I'm going to say he gives it a C+.
I'd probably go about a C-.
C-.
That bad.
First one that Spielberg did not do. Am I right about this?
Correct.
Did you
does
like
it show?
It shows. I mean, it's the same formula. I mean, this is the first one that Disney's done since they bought Lucasfilm, but it's the same old thing. It's better than the last one, but that's not really saying much. But it's not even close to the first three.
So
go ahead.
You like the franchise?
I like the old ones. Okay. The whole treasure hunting, like National Treasure, all that kind of stuff, doesn't really do it for me.
Will we ever see it sort of recreated with a different Indiana Jones guy?
I mean, way down the line, once Harrison Ford's kicked the bucket, yes, but we'll never see this.
They did.
Well, just because we run out of ideas, and it was a popular franchise, so they'll reboot it one day as long as we're around.
They did a young Indiana Jones once with Shia LaBeouf. You remember that?
Yes.
They did a younger one with River Phoenix, right?
He was the young version of Indiana Jones on The Last Crusade. It was like the first 20 minutes of the movie.
Shia LaBeouf was a kid in the last one, but Shia LaBeouf is no longer.
Raiders of the Lost Ark was one of those, and I don't know about you guys, and I was having this conversation with Jack last night at dinner because we went home and watched a movie, ended up watching Layer Cake. I'm sure you guys haven't seen that. I know Rockstar has. But I was telling him, man, I wish we could go to the theater. You know, there were so many great summer movies when we were kids. And I'll never forget Raiders of the Lost Ark. I saw it probably 4 or 5 times because it was an adventure. And that 2 hours, it's a little longer than 2 hours, seemed like a full week as a kid. And it was like you're so immersed in a movie like that. It was just so much more enjoyable as a kid.
The other thing, since you mentioned that, IMAX theaters, which Lunsford goes to often when he can, if it's one you want to see, right? You go.
It's probably been 5 years since I've been to an IMAX theater.
Oh, I thought you chose to see things on IMAX instead of.
No, so they opened a new theater called Prime here that's like a slightly smaller screen than IMAX, but overall better experience.
Okay, because I was reading today, and you mentioned going to the theaters, down 33% still since 2019 pre-pandemic, but it's coming back, but still down 33% from 2019 numbers.
And I really don't like IMAX. Do you guys?
I don't either because of the motion.
Oh, it's too much. You can't escape it.
But the reason why they keep putting films in the IMAX theaters, the opening weekend of Maverick, remember how good
Top Gun
Maverick was?
Yeah.
Yeah. Each IMAX screen brought in $34.2 thousand a showing, while the normal theater was $19.7.
Wow.
So you almost double your money when you're showing on an IMAX
That's
screen.
why Avatar is number one, because it was all in IMAX and it was all in 3D. So you charge extra for IMAX and you charge extra for 3D.
So that's why the theaters are like, or the movie makers are like, yeah. The IMAX screens are good because one group of people rolling in is almost twice as much money because I guess the tickets are more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot more expensive.
Yeah, the only thing I go to IMAX for is if it's like a boring day in February and I'll take the kids to see, sea otters of the Pacific.
Well, I mean, that's the only time I ever do IMAX is like if you're in a museum. Who's in that? Sea otters. When you're in a museum that has an IMAX, I go in there sometimes.
Probably Denzel.
Yeah, it's probably
Denzel's in everything.
That's a remake.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman was a voice.
Let's do
Sea otter.
Let's do trash. Hit the big button, Rockstar.
Bag up.
Thank you.
When it reverse, Terry. When it reverse. Oh, Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. What you doing, Terry?
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Greatest moment of 4th of July history right there.
One of them.
Second.
Yeah.
No, Terry's better than the...
Speaking of the 4th, our friends at Mortgage Right love supporting the military. They're veteran-owned.
That's
Are
right.
you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. It is a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being. They can help you find the best term available, guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. At Mortgage Right, they're going to take care of everything from pre-qualifying through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. They made it their mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply. MortgageRight.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with offbeat holidays in July.
I love these.
The day after the 4th, July 5th, this coming Wednesday, Thong Day / Bikini Day.
Thong Day?
Yeah.
Jim, will you celebrate?
I usually do on the 4th of July, Brown.
Yeah, this is the 5th of July.
We'll go a day early.
You got to wear it up here.
Dunaway said he's a thong guy, right?
Big fan, yep. That and fireworks.
Thursday, July 6th, Fried Chicken Day. Big fan.
Love it. Hey, you know what blows me away?
Champy's Fried Chicken out
It
of
is
119
really,
Alabaster.
really, really good.
Proud sponsor of the show.
2 of the best fried chicken meals of my lifetime in L.A. I did not know they fried chicken so well out there.
What'd you have? You have Roscoe's?
I did not go to Roscoe's, but we went to a breakfast place near where we stayed in Marina Del Rey that had chicken and waffles, and I got it. And the fried chicken was phenomenal. Actually, they had chicken and waffles. You could pick chicken or French toast. And I was like, ooh, chicken and French toast, right up my alley. And I pick it, and they use some sort of hippie granola crunchy bread for the French toast, which ruined it. But the chicken was fantastic.
Was it boneless?
Yeah, it was a boneless chicken fillet. And then we went to another chicken place that was like a sit-down restaurant near Beverly Hills, and their fried chicken was phenomenal.
Well, you should have planned your trip from July 14th to the 17th, because Monday, July 17th is Disneyland Day.
Did not go to Disneyland. We had just gone to Disney World, and I hear Disneyland is much, much less. Am I wrong about that?
You are not.
Okay.
Lunsford disagrees with that, but.
Well, no, Disneyland is a much lesser version.
Okay.
It's not even
World.
close.
Yeah.
Okay. Monday, the 24th, is National Frozen Margarita Day. I typically almost always get mine on the rocks, but back to Superior Grill, RIP, it's been a year. I always got their frozen.
Yeah.
I really like their frozen
I
margarita.
like a frozen. I'll go with either.
Oh, the good thing about the frozen is you can pace yourself a little better because you get that brain freeze. And finally, Friday, July 28th, National Talk and an Elevator Day. You guys ever make small talk in an elevator?
Did it this morning.
Sometimes it depends on who it is.
Did it
what
this
they
morning.
look like. If they look like they want to talk.
Dad shoes in the next door. There are two people I think about when I think about dad shoes.
I know exactly. I know one.
I
of
know
them.
one of them, 100%. Yeah.
But the other is one of these. It's a car commercial where the dad is giving her advice. I think it's the Fox. What is the car? Yeah, the Carfax.
Yeah.
And he's telling this car is the better deal. And he's got the cell phone on the belt. He's got the shorts.
Yeah.
He's got the white socks, but he's got the dad shoes 100%. Now, what are dad shoes? Dad shoes are a combination of type, appearance, and intent. Now, dad shoes must be sneakers. They can be various types of sneakers in any brand, though a common trait is having a thick and extra cushy sole. The appearance, the classical dad shoe is mostly white with some black highlights on the side that are usually in the form of the brand's icon or logo. Other colors are possible, with gray being a common alternative.
These are the Nike Air Monarchs. Great shoe. Great dad shoe. And you got the Avia Avi Verge. I don't know what that is. That's a little
That's
risque,
a little
Dad.
too much black
That's a
for the
little
dad
risque,
shoe. Yeah,
Dad.
yeah, I agree.
What is
I go with 9 p.m. movies.
That's
I don't
dad with
care.
an attitude.
What does Steve Henniger wear?
Steve Henniger's been wearing some Hey Dudes lately.
Those Reeboks right there, man, they have been in the stores forever, Rockstar. Those have stood the test of time.
Could not
men's
stand them
club
when I was
seats.
in high school. I had a pair. And my left toe came through the
And the
end
trusty
of it.
Came through.
old New Balance
Oh,
608
yeah.
VS Cross Trainer. I
That's
know a guy
right.
that wears those all the time.
I'll tell you, the OnCloud is becoming a big dad shoe.
Oh, that and the, what are they called? The Waka Haka. What are they called?
The Hokas?
Yeah.
The Hokas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
kids wear the Hokas in on clouds.
Yeah, the Hoka, the foam is just too much, too thick. The sole.
Yeah, the sole.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're made for running.
Right.
So that's their running shoe.
No, but I get it. But like,
And the
I've
teenagers are-
seen people just wear them as a casual shoe.
They're made for
absolutely,
running, and
yeah.
the teenagers are wearing them as a casual shoe, which is good for Hoka, by the way. That's a pretty good business plan for them, right? The olds can wear it running, and the youngs can wear it for a daily shoe. You got something there.
You guys would agree. You probably can find just about anything in a Goodwill donation bin.
Yeah.
This is a little bit of a surprise. Employees at the Falmouth Goodwill bin found a grenade in their donation bin.
That's not good.
Now, police determined it was not active, which is good, but it did cause a scare. Goodwill employees say they do not have protocol for this type of donation. They immediately evacuated the store, called the police department.
I was
Officers,
going to say, 550? You want to do 550? I'm determined it's not live.
I'll give you
Okay.
475
$6.
for it, yes.
officers brought in the bomb squad, who determined this was an inert grenade, which is often used as a military training tool, does not contain any explosives. The police did take the grenade off site and said it would safely be destroyed.
Like an old Bill Murray movie would be him and the bomb squad. He would pick it up, and they're like, "Bill, no, don't pull the pin." He pulls the pin, and it lights. It's a lighter, and it lights his cigarette. That's old 70s comedy.
Fade to black.
Yeah.
Oh, investigators say Stephanie Marola, 32 years old, was preparing to take a shower in her residence Wednesday evening when she heard a buzzing sound outside of the bathroom window.
Was this Big B?
When Marola went to investigate, cops say she spotted a drone hovering near the window. As she approached the drone, it began to fly away, struck a tree branch, fell to the ground. Marola then grabbed the drone, dunked it in her pool, disabling the electronics. Marola, who lives with her 3-year-old daughter, called 911, reported the remote peeping Tom attempt. Police investigation resulted in the arrest of Christopher Jones, you see right there, 49 years old, whose home, where he lives with his 72-year-old mother, is right by Marola's property.
I mean, this is next level peeping Tom, isn't it?
Well, I've got a friend
Oh,
who
boy.
occasionally
I was looking at trees.
used to lay out in the private backyard with a high fence.
Right.
Occasionally
Without clothes on.
Without
yes.
a top on.
Okay. Oh, that kind of friend. Okay, I thought we were going male friend.
And one day, a drone flew over and changed the old backyard experience at that point.
Yeah. Huh. Anyway, this guy
she was like, I can't even do that in my backyard now. With a privacy fence and everything. Nobody can see her. But now.
I mean, I would tell her to take a 12 gauge with birdshot, and you could take care of that drone.
You could.
That's the way to do it, really.
What?
And by the way, without a swimsuit on.
Yeah, it's interesting.
That's a better video.
That's right. Yeah. I'll sell that one.
You're checking a lot of boxes then.
Yeah, well, this dude,
NRA, no swimsuit.
Arraigned Friday night on a felony video voyeurism charge and was released from police custody.
Yeah, we need to crack down on people like this.
I'm gonna say we keep tabs on this one, don't you?
I would not let anybody go trick or treating at that house.
No.
According to the AV Club, the best movie set in each state. I added some myself, Rockstar. Then I just want to you check and see if I got them right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do some highlights, but I have to.
Okay.
So it wasn't filmed in this state; it was just set in this state.
Set in this state or filmed, or maybe both.
Best movie sets of all time. And LT corrected the list. Okay.
No, I didn't correct the list.
I trust him.
No, we've only got 7 states here, so I added 6 myself.
Okay.
So Alabama, what do you guys think it was?
I think they're going to say Sweet Home Alabama, which I would disagree with.
Like movies that were set in the state?
Set in the state, yeah.
I'm going to say it was the Burt Reynolds movie where he tried to jump over the Tuscaloosa River.
Is that Cannonball Run? Hooper.
Yeah, Hooper. No, it was To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh, yeah, it is a classic.
1962.
Yes, I went Sweet Home Alabama.
Arizona?
Raising Arizona.
It is Raising Arizona. Coen's Brothers, early film, 87. Very good.
Was in the name.
Connecticut, you guys will never guess. It was Beetlejuice from 88. I didn't realize that it was set in Connecticut.
Oh, he's got everyone here. Should we just go with the pictures on that list? Be easier for him to get to.
Yeah,
There's
we
Beetlejuice right there.
That is Connecticut. The Illinois got theirs completely wrong, by the way. I like this movie, but it's not nearly as good as The Breakfast Club. It is a John Hughes film. It's Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And I guess
Chicago,
I guess they show more of Chicago and more.
But I mean, I would say The Fugitive is heavy in the state of Illinois. I think I'd go The Fugitive.
Well, The Fugitive was probably the best movie.
I mean, I'm guessing when he wrecks, spoiler alert, when they wreck in the wilderness, they're in Illinois.
They're in
right?
Illinois,
and then he ends up back in Chicago for the last half of the movie.
Rob Lowe, the Luicci guy, Demi Moore, About Last Night. That's the best Chicago movie.
No, it's not. Do you guys? I know you've both seen Ferris Bueller and Breakfast Club. What do y'all think's better?
I've not seen either one of them.
Breakfast Club.
No, I'm 100% serious.
You are kidding.
No, I'm serious. I've not seen either movie.
You're a child of the 80s, and you have not seen
Ferris Bueller or Breakfast Club.
Breakfast Club is slightly better than Ferris Bueller, in my opinion.
I'm watching Breakfast Club tonight.
But both of them are great movies.
Yeah, and I've seen it 50 times.
And About Last Night was good, too.
Do you want me to come over? My family's out of town tonight.
Come on.
Oh,
I'm playing golf.
That's why we're playing golf.
We're playing golf because I want to play golf.
You
My
know
family
what?
was in town yesterday and I played golf.
I think you love this. I'm going to go to New York Butcher Shop, get steaks, edibles, and Breakfast Club. You've never had edibles.
Kid, I've never seen the Breakfast Club either.
Perfect.
Maggie's got a friend in town. We can come and
y'all come
jump in the pool after a hot round of golf.
I don't have the kids tonight.
Wow, bachelor night. As if, these two have been at each other's throat all week since I got back.
Any of you guys in the back room want to come join us?
Can I bring my 14-month-old?
In fact, I'm just going to leave him.
Okay, Maine is, everybody, if you really think about this.
Shawshank Redemption.
It is Shawshank. Yeah. North Dakota, Rockstar did this to be a joker. It should be.
Yeah.
Because that's Minnesota and North Dakota. But he's got Leprechaun on here.
What?
It's the debut of Jennifer Aniston. Have you ever heard of her?
That was her first movie?
That was her first major film, yeah.
Yeah, and that's when she had the big nose. Now, did she get billing, though, on the poster there?
I do not think so. I think it was all Warwick Davis.
Hey, you'll love this. My wife and daughter are driving to Nashville right now, and Anna Kate just texted me and said the only time I've ever seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off is at LT's house. She was over there one time. You did a showing, apparently.
Wisconsin. This one makes sense, too.
In hindsight, Brown, that's actually not a bad movie for her to see at Uncle LT's.
Of all the choices. Right. Nobody's head gets lopped off. We're good, yeah.
It's Bridesmaids, which is really, really good.
Where was that? Indiana?
Wisconsin.
I'd missed the states that I
Indiana's got to be Hoosiers.
Okay, here are mine. Tell me if I'm wrong, Rocky.
All right.
Texas, I'm going No Country for Old Men.
I thought that was a wine movie.
Texas was the Last Picture Show.
Okay. Florida, I'm going Out of Sight.
Florida is Scarface.
Oh.
Okay.
Based in Miami?
Yeah.
That's right, which is in
Florida.
Yeah, yep.
I mean, look, New York, you could go a million directions. I'm going Goodfellas.
I would go with you on Goodfellas. I mean, Godfather was New York,
You're
too.
going to love New York.
When Harry Met Sally.
That's Seattle. Do the Right Thing.
I can see that.
Okay.
I mean, honest to goodness, White Man Can't Jump. I mean, that's New York. New York, there are a lot of them.
White Man Can't Jump is
L.A.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, and When Harry Met Sally, he's from Seattle, but they meet on the Empire State Building.
Boom.
Louisiana, I am going to go Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
I'm going to go...
Might be Pelican Brief, though.
I'm going to go Pelican Brief.
One I tried to watch and I could not get through, A Streetcar Named Desire.
Yeah.
Okay. A little Marlon Brando action. Mississippi, I'm going Mississippi Burning.
Fantastic movie. Gene Hackman.
Damn, In the Heat of the Night.
Okay, that's a
That's
great
a good
movie,
movie,
too.
too, though, yeah.
And then finally, I've got North Carolina. I'm going Bull Durham. I don't know what you're going to go for North Carolina.
You're right on that. North Carolina is Bull Durham.
Okay, I thought you would go the Notebook.
Real quick, Daniel said, is Missouri 3 Billboards?
Oh, that's a good one.
Got to be it.
Such a good film.
Massachusetts, is that Joel's or...
Massachusetts is Departed.
Departed. I mean, that's a tough one, too. Joel's was Massachusetts, right?
Oh, I thought it was...
It's Amity... Where is
I thought
Amity?
it was
Where's
off
the
coast.
island?
I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's up there. Yeah, I mean, it might because it's kind of near Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, is that...
I think it might be Massachusetts.
Is it not New York? Is it not New York coastline?
No, I always thought it was
Well,
Massachusetts. When I watched it,
It's New York.
It's off the coast of New England. So
New England.
If anybody can get Arkansas.
Oh, hold on.
Sling Blade.
No.
Hold on, Arkansas.
Oh, let me go. One False Move.
No. I'll say Jeff Bridges.
I was going to say there was that movie about the Clintons.
Oh, the
Political
Fabulous Baker Boys.
Primary Colors.
True Grit.
Overboard.
True Grit is Arkansas?
True Grit is based in Arkansas. I had no idea.
I didn't know that
I
either.
didn't either.
Yeah, I definitely would have said Midwest to West.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, if you're buying a home, it's a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Before LT tells you about Odie's real quick, this hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken, 119 in Alabaster. When we come back, social media can make even the biggest star in a sport delete something. This past weekend,
I can't believe this either.
One sport's biggest star was so overwhelmed from internet comments and it blowing up. One tweet he sent out, he decided to delete it. What it is after when we come back. Tell us about Odie's as we have the break.
Look, live music every Friday, Saturday. Rocky, do you happen to be playing this weekend?
We are there July 14th. So
All
2
right.
weeks from today.
So coming up in the next couple of weeks, but great live music. Good place just to get there, eat lunch, knock off work early on a Friday, ice cold beer buckets. Again, Rodney Davis serving up incredible lunches and dinners for more than 3 decades now. It's a Birmingham institution. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Media day today down at Auburn, or last night. They were taking pictures and stuff, but a bigger announcement came. Tyler Forster, if you can give me the Auburn announcement last night. Hugh Freeze and company setting the record for season ticket sales in one season at Auburn. In fact, before they get to the season, it's an all-time record. They only had 300 left last night, and they will be out of season tickets at Auburn for the first time ever.
So I'm surprised at this. I'm guessing maybe there are more season tickets available for purchase now than there used to be, not because of the size of the stadium, but because of seats they dedicate to season tickets, because I would have to think those Pat Dye 80s teams sold out of season tickets easily.
Well, especially when you didn't have access to every game on TV.
That's right. And tickets were cheaper back then, too.
Yeah, but you made less money.
I also think that maybe, and I don't know this to be true or not, but like you said, we're opening up more seats to season tickets because I think they know now that for most road games, the opposing fans are not traveling as much as they used to.
Yep.
So they know that I can allot more for season tickets because we're going to have more general public seats available, single game seats available.
Yeah, and can I also point out you get Georgia and Bama at home?
That does help.
And those tickets, if Auburn is good, will be massive.
Yeah.
But you're not suggesting that if I'm a Georgia or Alabama fan, I went and bought season tickets.
No. I'm saying it's meat on the hook for an Auburn fan to say I get Georgia and Bama with this season tickets.
That's right. If you were going to set the record, you do it in a year when Georgia and Alabama are the home games, not the off year.
You know, but this is like the perfect schedule. Like if you've got, we just had a buddy come in studio with his kids, and they're about that age where they start going to their first football games. You've got UMass and Sanford at home. You could pay for your entire season tickets probably by selling either Georgia or Alabama and still getting to go to one of those games.
That's a good point, yeah.
A great point there. Brownie's going to tell us about Manscaped right after we go to this picture. Forrester, Chase Elliott, Instagram and Twitter, posted this last week at Nashville. Very big social media person, Livy Dunn, stopped by Chase Elliott's hauler, or at least this is where the picture was taken. His not his hauler, his RV, out in the lot there, and the internet blew up because she has a bazillion followers, and he is the new Dale Jr., the most popular guy on the circuit, Chase Elliott.
Single guy?
Well, that's the rub here. Yeah. I've read some backstory.
Thanks for stopping by at Livy Dunn, says Chase Elliott. Instantly, the internet blew up oh my goodness, Chase Elliott and Livy Dunn are dating. What's the problem, Brown?
There are at least rumors that Chase is spoken for. He's got a girlfriend that was apparently not at the race and certainly not at the RV. Now, as you look at those two photos, if you just showed me photo on the left, I'm like, yeah, maybe they're dating. Photo on the right, I'm like, I don't even know what's going on the right.
Because if Livy Dunn showed up and said, hey, guys, we just took a picture in the break here, but if it was Livy Dunn who said, hey, before I leave, can I get a picture with you guys? We're all going to be hugging.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd be fighting. We'd be fighting to see who was next to Livy and who was hugging me, but we'd be fighting. But
yeah, I mean that's ridiculous. Like if she was in the RV and like feet across and they were having cocktails, it's one thing. I mean, celebrities are meeting celebrities all the time.
If she was in his T-shirt, yes, that's a different feel, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to say current girlfriend probably has never felt more pressure at this moment in time right now. She's probably like,
let's pull her, rock star, Chase Elliott's girlfriend.
I don't know that you're going to find her. You can take a shot. I think you're probably going to find a lot of Livy Dunn because that's what everybody assumed.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a when I saw the headline and from our friends at Outkick, I saw it said Chase Elliott, Livy Dunn dating ? And of course, I clicked on it. I was like, oh, all right.
Ashley Anderson.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's fine.
Yeah, I think Chase done okay with himself. Yeah.
Well, a little bit. I couldn't tell if that was Livy Dunn or her.
No, I think Chase definitely has a type, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Chase is fine.
Yeah,
I'm not
is that Photoshop or is she that much bigger than him?
Well, she's sitting in his lap, and he's a race car driver. Yeah. Those guys are.
I bet he's not that big.
Tiny.
Yeah,
I bet he's 5'8", 5'7".
Okay, am I the only one that thinks that? Am I the only one that thinks she looks bigger than him? Not in a bad way. I'm not saying she's chunky. I'm just saying she looks.
I guarantee if Maggie sat in your lap, it would be the same proportions.
I love how the article starts. Is Chase Elliott married? Chase Elliott is said to be a well-known professional car driver.
In a relationship with Ashley Anderson.
He's living a good life, man.
Since 2017.
You think when that tweet went out, Ashley fired off a call real quick?
Hey,
Chase.
My phone's going berserk right now. Who is Livy Dunn?
Out here in California, just looking at your Twitter account.
Here's a problem for Chase. He's been dating 6 years.
And why is that a problem for Chase?
Well, no, because that's when the pressure starts to build. And now when you have the Livy Dunn thing flying around, then this girl, what's her name, Ashley Anderson? Yeah, Ashley Anderson's friends are going to be like, what's going on with Chase? Her mom's going to be saying, why hadn't he proposed?
Yeah, why are you not engaged?
He's got young girls running around his RV.
Here's going to be where the you-know-what hits the fan. One day when Ashley walks in the living room and Chase has on LSU gymnastics on the SEC network.
Yeah.
She's going to be like, wait a minute.
Hey, but you think Chase...
Are you looking at TikTok again?
Hey, let's see if Chase is following Livy Dunn.
Oh, he's not that dumb, Lance. He's not that dumb.
I bet he is.
I bet he's not that dumb.
Okay, I bet he's following her.
I bet he's not that dumb.
You want to go steak?
I do not want to go steak, no.
She was firing her shots at Joe Burrow. Like she has openly fired shots at Joe Burrow to try to get him in a relationship.
She's not just firing up the LSU fan base?
Could be. I don't know. But apparently Joe's like, hey, I like what I got, man.
I'll go NASCAR terminology here in this relationship. 6 years together. As our man Mac would, Larry McReynolds would tell you. A little wear on the tires now. Maybe time for old Chase Elliott coming to the pits.
Ashley thought it was a green white checker for her.
Top of the hour.
He's private, by the way.
Oh yeah, he is now.
Yeah. You think that was mandatory?
Professional move.
Get your ass off Instagram.
Right there. Tell us about Manscaped, Brownie. Get us on a new hour.
Jimmy D. It's every Friday when I tell you about Manscaped, and it's a good day to tell you about it because I always use the old beard trimmer. I like to keep my beard trimmed down, man. I don't like it to be all out there and all looking crazy. I probably can't grow it that well, so I just kind of keep it trimmed down. You can as well with Manscaped. Here's what I like about it and what you're going to like about it. What I like about it is it's got the dial on it. The beard edger does where, I can dial up the guard. If you can pop a guard off and put it back on, guess what else it can pop off? When you're trimming your beard, now you're going to gap your beard and you're going to look like a complete buffoon out there in the public, right? I don't want that to happen, so I use it. It's got like 20 different settings. Right here around the chin and under the chin, I use a 2. On the rest of my face, I use a 3. I can adjust that at any time with my Manscaped Beard Hedger. That's not all they got, though. I always make this comparison here, right? If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the paint job that you would the undercarriage. No, why would you do that with a razor? They're not made for like every part of the body. You've got a face razor like the Beard Edger, and for the unmentionables, you've got the Lawnmower 4.0. It is the leader in this industry, right? It takes care of the down low part, so you don't use the same razor for that. And for your face, you can get that at manscaped.com. You can also get the Weed Whacker 2.0. Ear hair, nose hair. Quickest way to look like you've lost control is when the ear hair and nose hair starts growing out. Take care of that with the Weed Whacker 2.0. Make yourself look great. Get all of that, including the boxers. You've got great products, the Crop Preserver, the Crop Reviver, the Boxer Briefs, all that at manscaped.com. We're going to help you save right now. Use code TNR at checkout. TNR at checkout, and you are going to save 20% on your first order right now when you use code TNR at checkout. 20%, and we're going to pay your shipping. Manscaped.com, code TNR. Save 20%. Get your shipping paid at manscaped.com, code TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome back to the next round as we roll into a new hour. I'm good. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. LT's grabbing a beer. He's going to tell you about the great grill that you can get for the upcoming weekend, Brownie, including a special deal they have going on right now. We can go ahead and get that
Boston butt.
that Boston butt ready to go.
Hey,
yeah.
by the way, Milkman 256 says Chase Elliott is 6 foot tall.
6 foot. He's taller than me.
Milkman, I think if I remember some of the stuff I've seen Milkman put on Twitter, I think he's a big NASCAR guy, so I would trust his opinion on this, that he is 6 foot.
Then I would assume she's about 5'10".
Our buddy Joey Mullins, who is the media relations director over at Sanford, handles all their media stuff, says Forrest Gump has got to be the best movie set in Alabama. Now, I'm fine with To Kill a Mockingbird, but Forrest Gump's got to be second.
I think To Kill a Mockingbird is a better movie, but it's close, yeah.
Now, keep in mind, in Forrest Gump, you think the whole time he's sitting on a park bench in Alabama, but technically he's in Georgia at the time.
Atlanta, right?
Yeah. So
now some of Close Encounters was filmed here.
Oh, was it really? Yeah.
But not
New
really
York
based here, though, right?
Yeah, not based.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, which is what this is going by.
And a lot of people, by the way, a lot of people say that Amity Island, was that it in Jaws, is off the coast of Long Island.
That's
where
what
it
I
was
thought.
based.
Yeah,
You were right.
I thought it was in New York, right off of Long Island. All right, new hour of the show here, New York Butcher Shop. Tell us the rest of the stuff we didn't tell them.
Again, reservations only, but if you don't want to deal with the cooking and you want to serve an incredible meal, Boston Butts, they've got them on sale, $42.99 each, fully cooked, hickory smoked. You can pick it up tomorrow, the 3rd or 4th. Again, 2 great locations, the original in Cava Heights, one right there in Greystone. Also, the handmade patties, fillets, ribeye strips, brisket, all beef kosher hot dogs, as well as the brats and sausages, all made in-house, all the dips and sides, make for a great party. Get into one of those 2 locations today of the New York Butcher Shop.
Matt, Forrest Gump was filmed in Mississippi. John is right. The bench was in Savannah.
That's right. It was
in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Very good. Back to that, one of the Aliens movies, part of it was filmed in Selma.
Dave, I hate to doubt you. I just never heard that.
I don't think any part of Aliens was based in Alabama, though.
Yeah. It can be filmed here, but in the actual script, where was it based?
Yeah, because I know the original Alien, the majority of that was filmed in London, at their studio in London.
Yeah. That was back during Trash. You can always go back and watch that wherever you get our podcast, including on YouTube. Remember, give us a thumbs up in that. One of the TVs, I think it was TV3, was on one of the ESPN shows where they debate. And a lot of people are on vacation. I think it's the Stephen A. show, and everybody's on vacation. So Freddie from ESPN Radio is filling in. The thing they were debating seemed asinine at first, but then when I started thinking about it, I thought it was worth a question. They were debating, has Russell Wilson already done enough to be a Hall of Famer? And technically, in my eyes, he is a 1.5-time Super Bowl champion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, look, they should have won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, bad coaching cost them the second one on the last play.
Russell Wilson is a Hall of Famer. Russell
Wilson,
if
he never played another down,
so much better than Eli Manning.
But Eli has 2,
I know,
and Russell has 1. That's a little bit of a difference. So you say slam dunked, he's a Hall of Famer already.
Yes, absolutely.
Brownie?
Best Seattle Seahawk in history.
9-time Pro Bowler. I think I saw on the graphic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many All-Pros.
Troy says F. No, he's crazy. Russell Wilson is a Hall of Famer. I mean, last year was awful.
Yeah. But Tom Brady looked bad last year, and Tom Brady's a Hall of Famer. Tom Brady looked horrible last year. And that's why he retired. But if Tom Brady had looked as good as he did the year before, he wouldn't have retired.
Look, and I know Brown brought this up to Chris Mortensen a little bit ago. I fully expect Russell Wilson to bounce back with Sean Payton.
I mean, so you're saying it was all coaching?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, well, yeah, I think last year affected him a little bit. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Okay, if nobody played another down of football, Russell Wilson's a Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers, who's still playing, Hall of Famer. Who else?
Probably Stafford, based on numbers and the fact that he's got a Super Bowl.
So,
Matt Stafford, you say is a Hall of Famer?
I think so.
Right.
Any other that's a Lamar Jackson? Enough
not
yet?
yet.
No, not yet.
I mean, you got a lot of guys that could earn their way in there.
Yeah,
he's an MVP. Needs a Super Bowl?
No, yeah, I mean, he's 1-3 in the postseason. Mahomes is already
Mahomes already has
he's
done
a lock.
enough.
Yeah. Now, he will pass him this year. But Russell Wilson is still behind Kerry Collins in all-time NFL pass yards. That might surprise a lot of
Wow,
people.
that shocks me.
Kerry Collins had 40,000 pass yards in the NFL. Now he played
most
for
of his time with the Panthers.
I don't know. He played Giants, Panthers, Colts.
I think a little more
Titans.
Giants. It was close, Giants and Panthers.
A lot of Titans too, though. He was with the Titans a good run, wasn't he?
Played forever though.
Well, who? Kerry Collins?
Yeah.
Here, I can pull it up.
I think he played.
Sitting
I
here
think he
guessing.
played 18 years.
Kerry Collins played. Well, this is pretty remarkable. Carolina first 3 years, Giants for 5 years, 2 years for Oakland, 5 years for Tennessee, 1 year for the Colts.
16 years.
Yeah. He had a good run. All right, so here are guys that are in front of Russell Wilson now. He's going to pass. How many yards passing legitimately? I mean,
3,000.
No, this year.
3,000.
Oh, he'll have more than 3,000 pass yards.
Yeah, I think it'll be close.
I was going low bar, but 3,000.
Yeah, I think it'll be close to 4 if he
So
stays healthy.
he'll pass all these guys. So he's 21st all-time pass yards, which, by the way, is a spot in front of Joe Montana. He's got the jewelry. And Johnny Unitas, who was playing a different game back then, but Johnny Unitas at 40,000.
Technically, so is Joe Montana.
No, that's true. I would agree. Though that West Coast was pretty passer-friendly for that time. So he'll pass all these guys. He's in 21st. He'll pass Kerry Collins. He'll pass Joe Flacco, though Flacco is still playing.
Is he?
Well, I mean, he's active.
Yeah.
He'll pass Dan Fouts, and he'll approach.
Fouts, who is the quarterback of what we called Air Coryell back in the day.
Who was he was in the Hall of Fame, and he'll approach Drew Bledsoe. I can't swear that he'll pass Bledsoe, but he'll at least approach him. So the quarterbacks in front of him that are not in the Hall of Fame. Tom Brady, Drew Brees, who are just waiting for the clock to tick. That's all. That's
Both
all
of
that's
them
gotta
are
happen for them.
automatic.
They're automatic. Ben Roethlisberger, same story.
Automatic.
5th all-time passing yards. Phillip Rivers, who I think will be in. Lance disagrees. He's at 6.
No, he might be in. I'm just saying I don't think he deserves to be in.
Matt Ryan, who you would say the same thing then. Matt Ryan's at 7. Aaron Rodgers at 9, who's got to retire first.
Yeah.
And then the clock will start ticking for him. He'll be
But
in.
on Rivers and on Matt Ryan, I would say Russell Wilson is ahead of them on getting into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And he may not go in because those guys are retired, but Russell Wilson is more of a Hall of Fame quarterback than those two, in my opinion.
And Caleb brings this up. He's top 5 in passer rating all time, top 15 in touchdowns in NFL history.
Eli is 10th, who will be in.
Yeah, gets slammed a lot on this show.
But he's 10th all-time passing.
10th all-time passing.
And 2 Super Bowls. I mean, you can't overlook him.
Bob says interception versus Patriots, terrible play to be in the Hall of Fame. I don't blame that on Russell Wilson. I thought it was a great jump. It was a terrible play call.
Great defensive play, but it starts with a crappy play call. It should have been a
Terrible
handoff
play
to
call. That's
Marshawn
right.
Lynch.
You-
Was
you-
it first down?
It was first down.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
you
hand it off to Marshawn 3 times.
3 times.
Throw a foot there,
Or
right?
maybe it was second down because Baldwin had just made that amazing catch to give him first and goal on like the 8. And then I think Marshawn took it to the 2.
Right.
So I think it was second and goal from the 2.
Stafford is 11th all-time pass yards. I don't think he can catch Eli this year. He's about 5,000 behind. That'd be an incredible year, obviously.
I think Stafford's got 2 more years left, though.
Yeah, so he'll be top 10 all-time with a Super Bowl. Stafford's in the Hall of Fame.
I think so.
He'll be a Hall of Fame quarterback. These are just guys that are not in. Carson Palmer, 15th all-time pass yards. I don't think Carson Palmer's
I don't
a
think he
Hall of Famer.
deserves it, no.
Nope.
Vinny Testaverde,
No.
I don't think so either. He's 16th. Bledsoe at 17th. And that's the line where Russell will be.
Yeah, Bledsoe's close. Bledsoe's in the
Played
Phillip
in a Super Bowl.
Rivers, Matt Ryan discussion for me.
Did Bledsoe play in a Super Bowl?
Yeah,
He
did.
played in the Super Bowl. And then he got-
97.
And then he got hurt, and that's what then Tom Brady. He was going to play in 2 Super Bowls,
Well,
but he got hurt and Brady. Well, you don't know if it made that one?
I don't think they would have. I think there
Really?
was something weird where that team came together with Brady. I really do. Because Pittsburgh was a better team that year. Pittsburgh had a home field.
I think because of the Brady takeover, we forget how good a quarterback Drew Bledsoe was.
No, I knew he was very good.
Yeah,
I just-
very good NFL quarterback. And if he never gets hurt, I think he'll win some of those Super Bowls. I think he'd be a lock Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah.
Lock. I mean, you can't think that Brady was the only reason they won those Super Bowls.
No, but if you're a 2-time Super Bowl champion, that separates you. I mean, that separates you from the Brad Johnsons.
I'm willing to say
Jim Plunkett's the only 2-time that's not in.
it's not in. I'm
and
willing.
he should be in.
Well, I don't know. Plunkett is way down in pass yards.
He is,
That's part of
but
the
it's a different game back then. You're talking about what was his Super
He
Bowl?
was in the
1980.
70s.
Boy, Chuck loved him some Jim Plunkett.
Did he really?
Oh, yeah.
Weren't both his parents blind?
They were. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's wild.
That's a little NFL discussion. Our full conversation with Mortensen on our podcast as well. Bromberg's brings you part of the show today. Rockstar's still to come a little bit later on in the lounge. More in this segment after you tell us about Bromberg's.
Hey, remember, 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. They want to invite you to discover David Yurman's new collections inspired by the beauty of the natural world. David Yurman was founded in New York City by 2 artists, David, a sculptor, his wife, Sybil, a painter. Over 40 years later, the Yurmans and their son, Evan, continue to redefine American luxury jewelry, combining innovative technology, fine craftsmanship, and exquisite artistry. Visit Bromberg's today. Find sculptural pieces from David Yurman's new collections, 2 locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit, and online, brombergs.com.
All right. Listen, TikTok's an amazing place.
I get stuck on there often.
I did not until Brown started getting stuck on it all the time, so I find myself looking through things.
Boy, we're following Brown a lot, aren't we?
You should.
Yeah,
I try to be a good influence on you.
I'm following him on hopefully into the fairways today. But this
fairways
guy,
and greens, Jimmy.
This we can't play the whole thing because it comes in 2 parts and it's too long. But RBX Raw, basically on TikTok, acted out how every animal attacks you.
Some people have too much time on their hands.
And this is so creative. We'll talk over it, but play it, Rockstar, because he does some sound. That's how a horse attacks you. Crocodile, an eagle, a bull, koala.
I mean,
this is my favorite one, the penguin. Watch this. The penguin. Watch this one, Rocky.
It's true.
The whale. That's pretty talented, by the way. That's hard to do.
I mean,
he's a pretty athletic guy.
He really is.
It is. The hedgehog. Because the hedgehog rolls after.
Well, I'd be puking.
Oh, boy. Y'all wonder why I spent so
Look at the crab.
I can watch this all day.
This is
the sloth.
You can go watch them all.
Y'all wonder why I spend so much time on TikTok. I find crap like that, and I get sucked into that, and animals attacking their prey. It's what sucks me in.
I don't know what RBX stands for. RBX, R-A-W, RBX Raw there. That is hilarious. Very creative there. Go follow him or her or them on TikTok. When we come back.
Why is Lunsford calling us boomers, please? Lunsford?
Turn Lunsford's mic on.
A
lot going on in the back room today.
Yes, you did, Lunsford. Chase says this is the most boomer segment I've seen so far. LOL agreed, Chase. Lunsford says.
I didn't physically say the word.
Well, all right, why are you LOL agreeing,
it's just
Lunsford?
funny. It's like, did you see this thing that came out 2 months ago? It's so funny.
I mean, Lunsford. It's always on top of it, Jim. He's the Jim of the back row.
No, Dunaway does do this though. Like I'll bring up.
I know. I said he's the Jim of the back row.
I'll bring up a story and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, that broke yesterday."
That came out 23 hours ago.
A different part of me though. I'm paying attention to the show as opposed to the back row, where I have to sometimes alert them to say, "Hey, we're doing a show."
No, I
here,
paid
guys.
attention to the fact that you just played a 2-month-old clip.
Yeah, because it was in everything I got
Jim.
today.
I'm sorry.
Everything I got today.
I'm sorry I brought it
And
up.
anytime you want to help fill in the 4 hours, you let me know. Holiday weekend coming up, live show coming up Wednesday. Rockstar still to come as well. Hemp Hill bringing you the show. Our friends there that can get your cooling system just right.
Yeah, again, temperatures in the 100s today. Make sure that you've got everything up and running right. Right now, our friends at Hemp Hill offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around, and you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_Outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Ohtani with another homer last night. Miami and Atlanta starting the weekend series. Houston and Texas, Arizona and the Angels. Ohtani, as I said, with that home run. Josh Donaldson, are you guys still surprised he's as productive as he is still in the big leagues?
Yeah, you know, it was just, I guess when the Braves were making that great run in 2020, where he was such a big part of it, and right before that, he was such a big part of what the Blue Jays were doing early on. But yeah, a little surprised. I mean, it seems to, for not the all-time greats, it seems to fall apart quickly.
Yeah, Josh Donaldson, 472 feet, can still rake it. The former Auburn star with the big home run last night for the Yankees. We're getting ready for the Stallions. That is Saturday night coming down. We're following all these layoffs and or firings from ESPN. Brown will give us an updated list, and we'll react to that right after Rockstar's viewing menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Rockstar will tell us about what he's watching after you tell us about New Life.
Yeah, artist Daniel Moore has just announced his next masterwork in oils. The Legacy continues, the sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting. The Legacy, Crimson Legacy features iconic moments, memorabilia from last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. Pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art at special pre-publication pricing through July 15th at danielmooreart.com.
We already talked about it earlier, but in theaters tonight, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, that comes out. That's going to be the #1 movie of the weekend. And on Prime Video series I gave up on with a great first season, but Jack Ryan season 4 premieres on Amazon Prime.
Season 1 was terrific. Yes. When did you give up?
One and done. I thought it was cheesy.
No, season 1 was really good.
Yeah. When we were on tour, I was downloading the last season 3, and I have the last episode in queue, and I will not watch it. I just don't care.
Season 2 took a huge step back. Season 3 was better than 2, but still nothing compares to 1.
Didn't watch 3. Watched all of 1. Maggie and I did together. Started 2 and did not like the storyline, and we tapped out in the middle of the second episode.
I think you would if you liked 1, I think 3 would be okay for you. 2 was not good. They swung and missed on season 2.
I sort of liked who the bad guys were in the first one.
I thought the first one they did really well. Yeah.
So
that's all for tonight. Yeah, not much tonight.
I did try Jury Duty last night. It was so for me.
Yeah, Maggie loved it, laughed out loud a lot. A lot of people raved about it, but it's not my kind of humor.
Yeah.
Now, are you going to try Breakfast Club tonight?
I don't know. I can't decide. I'm going to see what my other options are.
So you really have never seen Breakfast Club or Ferris Bueller?
Breakfast Club or anything else?
Yeah, this is our Ferris Bueller.
I've got a buddy that it always is like, hey, do you want to do this? I'm going to get back to you. And it's like they check to see if they can find better options.
No. It's not a better option, Lance. I just know I'll have to go home and take a shower. And once I get home, you know this about me. It is hard to get me back out.
Did you say you have a buddy that does that? Or is your buddy named Lance?
I don't do that. I really don't look for better things to do.
No, but you oftentimes can find better things to do.
No, like I think I could, I don't want to say it like that. Like I could find something else to do outside of hosting you guys to watch Breakfast Club,
right.
But I'm willing to commit to that.
This is a conversation.
Such a giver.
This is a conversation.
But I'm just saying.
Maggie and I have had before.
About what?
I'm like tying my shoes, and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna run over to LT's a little bit. Championship games going on.
Right.
He doesn't
Championship Saturday.
Doesn't seem like anybody's over at his house. He seems lonely or seems like blah blah blah. And I get there and there's 62 people there.
Right.
And I come back and she's like, God, you're back early. Lance, did he go somewhere else? I said, no. I get over there and he made it sound like he was inviting me over. Like I was like, God, sounds like Lance doesn't have anybody over. I get over there, it's a freaking rager going on. 62 people.
It's hit or miss when people are there, but I invite you guys to everything I have.
You do, Lance. You do. I don't want to seem like I don't.
I invited you guys over for the 4th.
You did. You did. Again.
He was like last week. He's like, hey, if you're not playing golf, come by the pool. And I was like, oh, I'm about to tee off. I may swing by on my way home. So Maggie calls me as I'm leaving the golf course. Is like, hey, would you swing by and pick up dinner for Carter and me? I'm like, yeah, I'll do that. I said, I'm going to run by LT's first, so maybe about an hour and a half. I'm going to spend about 90 minutes over with LT. I get to LT's pool. Nobody's there.
We took an Uber, went downtown early. We had swam for like 4 hours.
So like 15 minutes, about 4 hours, about golf is. About 15 minutes, I come walking in with the to-go food, and she goes, I thought you were going to LT's first.
No.
And I said, I did. He's not there.
Everybody went downtown.
Now the good news
she was like, when are you going to realize that when he invites you, he really doesn't need you to come over there. He's got plans. Don't ever feel like you got to go to LT's. He's got plans.
It shouldn't be need though, right?
It's not. You're very kind to invite. You just know about me that if I get home, it takes a lot to get me back out of the house. It's going to have to be something I really.
Well, just do me this favor. If you don't want to get back out of the house, watch it at home.
I'll try. Yeah, Have got some time tonight. Yeah.
Bob's a big fan of LT's Basement Singers. Is that just Caroline? Is that the most famous of the Basement Singers?
We have C. Stu sing, Maddie Harden sang.
We've had singers. Yeah,
I think I might have sang. Yeah,
Since no shows on Monday and Tuesday, we need video of Basement Singers and fun from the weekend. So maybe a couple of posts from your holiday weekend.
Oh, there's a possibility. I might run out of town for a little bit, though.
All right. Always look for that content. You're always big on the good content from the Club LT. So if you get some of that this weekend, send it to the folks. Johnson RV, before we get to break, Rockstar's Rockstar's Lounge coming up in the next 2 segments to get us ready for the holiday weekend.
Yeah, Johnston RV Center wants you to beat the heat. You go outside, it's so hot. How about getting out of town? A new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. They've got 2023 travel trailers, just $179 a month. Fifth wheels, just $439 a month is where they start. And you can get that lifetime warranty on all new campers and used campers under 2 years old or newer. As we told Chris Mortensen earlier, he's a veteran, United States military veteran. We so much appreciate those of you that have served or are currently serving active duty military or the retired military. They love you at JohnstonRVCenter.com too. And listen, it's never enough, right? Never enough. But they just have a small way of saying thank you by giving you great discounts there. If you're active duty or retired military, it's their way of saying thank you at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 indicator, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Brown's going to tell us about my bookie. You cannot gamble on Rockstar's Lounge.
You'd lose that bet every time.
But if you were betting on songs, you could go plus 10,000 underdog. That Doobie Brothers song will be coming up today.
It wasn't Doobie Brothers. It was Dobie Gray.
Dobie Gray.
Yeah, Drift Away.
Yeah. Drift Away. Is that a Doobie Brothers song?
That's a Dobie Gray song.
Get Lost in Your Rock and Roll. Is that Doobie Brothers?
Dobie Gray.
Wow.
Sing a little bit.
No, I'm not going to do it today. I remember, give me the Beat Boys, Free My Soul.
Give me the Beat Boys and free my soul. What's the song you've always wanted from him?
Sweet Baby James.
Yeah, plus 10,000 that it'd be Sweet Baby James. Never.
I don't even like that. I saw James Taylor perform that. I'm not even a fan of that song.
Yeah.
He's got so many better songs than that.
I agree, Rockstar.
I used to sing it to my kids.
If you ever sing that in the lounge, to me, I will know that's the last day of the lounge, the last day of the Next Round when he sings Sweet Baby James.
So you know Rockstar's never coming back after that, or we're never coming back after that? One of the two.
It may be the end of times. It may be Revelations.
Wow.
It may be
I
in
do remember that part
Revelations.
of Revelation 18.
Yeah.
Hey, mybookie.ag code next round. Mybookie.ag code next round. Dunaway is correct in his assessment that you cannot bet on where Rockstar is going to sing there. But you can bet on Major League Baseball, NFL futures, college football futures, golf, all those things right there at mybookie.ag code next round. And you're eligible for that bonus up to $1,000. That sign-on bonus at mybookie.ag code next round. Don't forget, it is quite simple. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay. That sign-on bonus, you bet it one time, it's yours and yours forever. You win, you keep it forever, and you keep going right there at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag code next round. That is mybookie.ag code next round.
All right. Before Rockstar sings, it just popped up on me as Samuel says, odds on Lee Greenwood, God bless USA. When we come back on Wednesday, can we just in July, just for July only, not a long time thing, just in July, can we all take turns doing like the old David Letterman top 10 list? One of them be, we unveil number 10, the 10 songs that Rockstar would never sing in the lounge. And we just start going, number 10.
You would never do. I mean, it's a terrible
Well,
song.
I don't want to make y'all stand for the whole thing.
That's
Right. You'd have to stand.
Yeah.
Because
Terrible
you don't
song.
be disrespectful to Mr. Greenwood.
That's exactly. But what are you going to sing today, Rockstar?
You know, 1995 was my amazing. That was such an amazing year for me, being 14 years old. All the music that came out that year. You had the Goo Goo Dolls, your favorite Collective Soul album. You had No Doubt. You had Green Day. All these albums.
In the same year?
Yes. So 1995 was a massive year for my musical taste. Neil Young had Mirrorball come out with Pearl Jam. So another band that was considered a one-hit wonder that had a great album was Dishwalla.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Counting Blue Cars.
Counting Blue Cars.
Say, Lance.
Lance is serving drinks to our guests.
Okay, it's all right.
Yeah, it should be noted Lance has got guest up here. He's handling that. Will not be in here for this segment.
So I was going to do Counting Blue Cars by Dishwalla. It's a great tune, and hopefully I'll do it justice, from 1995.
All right.
Must have been mid-afternoon. I could tell by how far the child's shadow stretched out. He walked with a purpose in his sneakers. Down the street he had many questions, like children often do. He said, tell me all your thoughts on God. Ask who are we, who we are. Must have been late afternoon. On our way, the sun broke free of the clouds. We count only blue cars, skip the cracks in the street and ask many questions, like children often do. We said, tell me all your thoughts on God, 'cause I'd really like to meet her. Ask who are we, who we are. Ooh. Tell me all your thoughts on God, 'cause I'd really like to meet her. Ask her am I very far? Am I very far now? It's getting cold, picked up the pace. How our shoes make hot noises in this place. Our clothes are stained. We pass many cross-eyed people and ask many questions like children often do. We said, tell me all your thoughts on God, 'cause I'd really like to meet her. Ask her who we are. Ooh. Tell me all your thoughts on God, 'cause I'm on my way to meet her. Ask her am I very far? Am I very fine now? Am I very fine now? Am I very far now?
Man, that is such a good song. Better song, Counting Blue Cars or Chasing Cars by Snow Patrol?
I like Chasing Cars better.
I do too.
Chasing Cars is a beautiful song.
It is.
It
I
is.
like that one
But that,
better.
that's
though.
a really, oh, do you?
I like Dishwalla better. but-
Dishwalla, that was a one-hit wonder for them, right?
Yeah. I had Charlie Brown's
Oh, are
parents.
you about to sing Chasing Cars?
I can't.
Such a good song.
Great love song.
I like when he plays jukebox. Okay,
give me
Dunaway,
some,
throw
hang
in
on, give me
something.
some chorus. Give me some chorus of that one.
Let's just go
This-
around.
I played this when Baxter died. I played this at his funeral.
If I just what lay here,
Chasing Cars. I played it at his funeral
would
because
you
I loved
lie
him.
with me?
Did he get
That's
hit?
the most awkward thing I've heard.
Was it
Right
just you at the funeral?
I think we go around. This will be fun on this Friday. 38 special.
Do we like them? Oh, we're just doing a jukebox. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing jukebox.
Yeah.
Seen it all around you. Good loving gone bad. Usually it's too late when you realize what you had. My mind goes back to a girl I met most years ago. Who told me? So don't lose that. Don't let go.
Wow.
If you cling too tightly.
Goose wants fuel.
Oh, hey, before you do
Shimmer.
fuel, let's see a little show history.
Yep.
Hold On Loosely was
Panama City U at Miracle Strip.
You
There
and
you go.
Shug Shady.
no, it
Chef
was,
No,
Shady.
Stone.
It was Babby and
Oh, Babby Hoka.
but
Oh,
it was
yeah,
that
yeah,
ride.
Miracle
It was
Strip.
that ride. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Good job, LT.
What do we got here?
From the cold,
Little fuel.
just when I was low, feeling sure unstable. All that she intends, and all she keeps inside isn't on the label.
Let's go to the chorus.
It's too far away from me to home. It's too far away. It's too far away from me to home. Far away.
Collective Soul.
Give me a bite, give me out of sight. Show me where to look, tell me where love be there. Love be there.
Oh, that is just him. It's just like it. Alice in Chains.
Ain't found a way to cure me. Eyes burn, a sting and swell. Seems every path leads me to nowhere.
Wrong day, Matchbox 20, people that didn't get to see it.
Oh, I had to take off the thing or put on the thing.
Sitting by the overcoat, the second shelf, the note she wrote, that I can't seem to throw away. And also, she said for no one else but you, that you won't turn away. Someone else is gone. I'm sorry about the attitude I need to give when I'm with you. No one else will take this shit from me. And I'm so terrified of no one else but me. I'm here all the time, I won't go away.
Matthew says, Louis Armstrong, what a wonderful world.
No.
Forrester wants Weezer. I've heard you do Weezer before.
Oh no, it gone, bye, bye, bye. I leave, I see, and I die. If you want to destroy my sweater, pull this thread as I walk away. As I walk away, watch me unravel. I'll soon be naked, lying on the floor, lying on the floor. I've come undone.
Smelly Cat Phoebe.
No.
Counting crows.
Counting crows. Step out the front door like a ghost into the fog when no one notices the contrast of white on white. And in between the moon and you, the angels get a better view of the crumbling difference between wrong and right. As I walk in the air, between the rain, through myself and back again. Where?
Oh gosh, that's so good.
I don't know. Maria says she's dying. At the door I hear her crying. Why? I don't know. Around here, calling out our names. Around here, we all look the same.
Britney Spears.
Oh baby, baby, I wasn't supposed to know. Show me. I'm gonna be lost.
Oasis, Anything But Wonderwall from Samuel.
How many people think to change? How many lives we live are strange? Where were you while we getting high? Someday you will find me underneath the landslide and a champagne supernova in the sky.
Patience. GNR.
Shed a tear 'cause I'm missing you. It's alright to smile. Girl, I think about you every day now. There was a time when I wasn't sure, but you set my mind at ease. There is no doubt you're in my heart now. Sad woman, take it slow. It'll come together fine. All you need is just a little patience.
Goose wants to know if you can do Creed. You got to do Scott Statt's Boys. So.
Lunsford wants Bare Naked Ladies.
Creed.
By the way, you ought to do this. Dueling pianos, those dudes make so much money.
Please come now. I think I'm falling. I'm holding on to what I think is safe. I thought I found the road to nowhere, and I'm trying to escape. I cried out that I heard thunder, but I'm down to one last breath. And will it let me say?
Do you know Default, Wasting My Time? Troy has requested it 1,000 times.
It's the same song as Billy Gilman's One Voice. I do not.
Quick break here. One more break here. We'll be back with a final segment of TNR. Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_Outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Our friends at Michelson bringing you this final segment of the show, Rockstar's Lounge today. Tell us about Michelson.
Yeah, I got some of our friends from Michelson up here right now. Again, one of the best decisions I made. I wore the contacts for about a decade, finally decided to pull the trigger, went in to find out if I was a candidate. I was, got the procedure done, only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I still have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. 2 decades later, make the phone call that I made. Very simple, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. For more information, 205-969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Rockstar, how are you ending up here? You going to keep playing the Spin the Wheel, or you got a song for us? What do you have?
I have a song, but y'all can keep
I like spinning the wheel. I don't know about you guys. I just think it shows how talented his range. And we can start with you, Dunaway, and we'll just work our way around.
No. I'm good with anything he wants to sing, or you guys want to call out a name. I'm bad at picking names.
So I'll go back before the break. Somebody was asking for Default. Do you know that one?
I don't. I know that they stole that song. Billy Gilman.
Daniel says Peaches, the President's of the United States of America.
That's when Will's dating Rockstar. That is actually a very complicated song to play.
Really?
It's crazy.
What about Love Bites, Def Leppard?
Love Bites?
Yeah. Or Losing My Religion, REM.
I can do I got Scott asking for REM. I got to begin the begin. I did that for a sound check. It's been a long time.
Oh, life is bigger. It's bigger than you. You are not me. The links that I would go to, the distance distance in your eyes. Oh no, I've said too much. Set it up.
Don't know if that's part.
That's me in the corner.
Sounds good.
That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion, trying to keep an eye on you.
You know,
was that 89, 90, somewhere around
That
there?
was 91.
91?
91, spring of 91.
From Green.
Out of time. Me Puppets? What was that?
Backwater.
Was it
Backwater, I don't know.
Backwater.
You don't know Backwater?
I don't.
Blues Traveler. You know the hook?
I heard that this morning.
If only we had somebody to play the harmonica. You do all that in memory, don't you?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
What about some Zeppelin? It's a great one.
Baby, baby, I'm gonna leave you. I said, baby, you know I'm gonna leave you. Straight up. Leave you when the summer comes around.
Is there a certain artist you like playing their guitar?
No, I suck at guitar.
You do not suck at guitar.
He says that all the time.
You do
He's so
not
full
suck
of
at
it.
guitar.
Father of Mine, Everclear.
I know.
Well, I'm still living with your face. Only embarrassing on the West Coast. I don't wanna be your good
time.
Gin and Juice country version. I can help you with this one.
With so much drama in the LBC, it's kinda hard being Snoop D or Double G. That's the last thing I know about the song. You gin and juice.
Johnny Cash.
Oh.
You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Sooner or later, gotta cut you down.
Smashing Pumpkins.
Oh, I thought that would have blended better with Chili Peppers.
Charm you with a smile. Cut you like you want me to. Cut that little child. Inside of me is such a part of you.
Nailed it.
It burns.
Chili Peppers?
Other side.
Sometimes I feel like I don't have a partner. Sometimes I feel like my only friend is the city I live in, the city of angels. Lonely as I am, together we cry.
End on Chris Cornell.
40 seconds.
Like a Stone.
On a cold afternoon, I was lost
Nailed
in the emptiness by freeway. I confess, gone away. You gotta say, God bless you and God bless America.
If you ever wonder what separates us from everyone else, is we have Rockstar and they don't. We'll see you Wednesday at 9 a.m. Central Time with our next live show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless the United States of America.